السيدات والسادة السلام الملكي.
من نجد علم يمتد بلا حد، ينشر المعرفة ويلهم العقول، يحتفي بالمنطقة ويوصل رسالتها للعالم، يثري الإبداع ويعبر عن يحكي قصص شبه الجزيرة العربية ويعكس تفاصيلها العريقة، يحيا بمعالمها وعمارتها، يحيا ويعبر للعالم عن نجد. من نجد علم يمتد. أهلا بكم في ملتقى الدرعية الدولي. علم يمتد.
يبقى هذا الوطن خالدا، وتبقى الدرعية حالة خاصة في ذاكرة هذا الوطن. الدرعية حيث الإرث والتاريخ، الدرعية قصة هذه الأرض، الدرعية علم يمتد، الدرعية النماء والرخاء، حيث تميل لها القوافل التجارية والحضارة الوطنية. لا بد من ميل إلى جهة، فلا تنكر على الرجل الكريم مميلا. إن الفؤاد وإن توسط في الحشاء ليميل في جهة الشمال قليلا. أصحاب السمو الملكي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأهلا وسهلا بكم في ملتقى الدرعية الدولي 2024. يسرنا أن نلتقي اليوم في رحاب الدرعية تحت شعار الدرعية عند ملتقى التاريخ والتجارة، دور المنطقة الوسطى في التبادل العالمي. الملتقى منصة استثنائية لاستكشاف وإبراز التراث العريق للدرعية والمنطقة الوسطى. على مدى اليومين القادمين ننطلق في رحلة استثنائية عبر جلسات
2 days of the seminar, and this region is quite enriched in history, and now I'm delighted to present the executive director in his welcoming speech.
Today, it is my privilege to introduce Mr. Jerry Andrillo, Group CEO of the Diriyah Gate Development Authority. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage for the opening remarks.
Peace be with you.
Good morning, everyone. Please forgive me with the change of the weather.
Brooklyn accent is a little bit more Brooklyn today. So if I sound like a Bedouin from Brooklyn, this is correct. So forgive my hoarseness of my language. On behalf of my beloved colleagues, Her Royal Highness Princess Sarah and Dr. Asma, nothing thrills me more than to do anything that has to do with the national identity, the source of our Saudi pride, which originates in its birthplace at Tareef and Diriyah. And if you will allow me in my beginning just to praise the custodian of the two holy mosques, our beloved King Salman, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have Tareef, we wouldn't have the UNESCO site, and especially in the leadership that I will acknowledge in just one moment. But after a society is healthy, and after a society is blessed with self-esteem, which we have, the best thing now is to transfer that national pride and embed it in the next generations to come, which is one of the principal motivations of the Diriyah Foundation, and that's why I'm so proud of Princess Sarah. One thing we will always do in celebrating the Diriyah Global Seminar 24, 25, 26 is invest in the next generation. Diriyah is the birthplace of the kingdom. Diriyah is the home of Al Saud. Diriyah is the source of all national pride. It is the source of our rich cultural heritage and identity. Again, I would like to praise His Majesty the King in acknowledging the founding day on February 22nd, because while we all rejoice in the 94 years of National Day, today's 300-year history has to be celebrated every day and taught every day. I'm very pleased to mention to you that at our pace of visitation, yesterday we had 15,000 people at Tareef and Bajeri Terrace. At this pace, by founding day of February 22nd, 2025, we will have welcomed 3 million people to the UNESCO World Heritage Site. People are coming from all over the world. You saw last week, we were scheduled to have President Macron at Tareef for 90 minutes. He was so blown away and loved it so much, organically, what it said to him, that he spent 3 hours there. Tomorrow, we will welcome it at Tareef, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So people are coming from all over the world to see the magic of Saudi Arabia now, its leadership, its creativity, its source of pride. And I want to also thank my fabulous staff at the Diriyah Gate Development Authority, because this year we have so much backing with sponsors. Now, normally, I would say it from my mind, and you'll forgive me for taking out a little piece of paper, but I want to make sure that I acknowledge all the people that have backed us for this year's seminar. So obviously, with Al Dada, I know His Excellency Dr. Fahd Al-Samari, one of my heroes, will be here later on this afternoon. And I have the honor of introducing His Royal Highness Prince Faisal a little later, who's also chairman of Al Dada. But I want to thank Al Dada so much, the Heritage Commission, which have been our friends and partners forever. In a moment, we'll acknowledge someone very dear to us, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Salman. And we could not have done this without the Ataraf Foundation. Our French friends, thank you so much for Sarifpa, IASA, the Akim Center, and we are very, very fortunate to have His Excellency, our very distinguished Minister of Education, with us this morning. I thank His Excellency. He's doing an amazing job at the Ministry of Education, and it is an honor. Also, as we get ready in 2 weeks to start the new Diriyah season, Layali Diriyah, I have to give a special tribute today to our beloved governor, Prince Fahad from Diriyah, because your leadership, Your Highness, has been amazing. And, you know, it's a big job to be the governor of Diriyah. But please, trust me when I tell you, there's not one day that goes by where the governor doesn't say, how can I help you? What do you need? He has been such a great inspiration to us, and we thank you so much. So today, it's a great honor for me. I believe in education. I came up through public school education, but Diriyah is very special to me, as you know. That's why we say there's only one Diriyah. But, you know, there's one other saying for the young people in the room. My mother would simply say that as you grow up, grab on and acknowledge people you see as your heroes and stand on the shoulder of giants. And in my world, we have two of them sitting right here, right now, and that's Prince Sultan bin Salman and Prince Faisal bin Salman. So I'd like to thank both of them. They're heroes to me. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day. I also want to thank His Excellency because to have this seminar here, Dr. Ozma was very, very strong. I don't want to do the seminar in a hotel. I want it to be in an educational facility because we have to keep our authenticity and our integrity. So I'd like to thank His Excellency and the Ministry of Education for allowing us to have this fabulous venue today. So without further ado, it gives me a great honor to introduce His Royal Highness Prince Faisal, who is, as you know, the chairman of Al Dada and also the chairman of the King Fahad National Library, to give this morning's opening address. Your Royal Highness, if you would grace us with your company, please. Thank you. Remember, only one Diriyah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي.
Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Eminences, ladies and gentlemen, peace be with you all. I'm delighted to be with you this day to open Diriyah Global Seminar. Diriyah at the crossroad of history and civilization. Diriyah as the symbol it takes, which is the first nucleus of the Saudi state and the symbol of unity of the Saudi people. It does not just restrict itself to the ancient history, but we will highlight the Diriyah role in formulating the future. Ladies and gentlemen, in the development of Diriyah, I'm delighted to welcome our guests.
By Western empires, travelers, scholars alike. This negligence lasted until a pivotal moment happened in this history of this land, and that is the rise of the Saudi state. The state, born in Diriyah, breathed life into a relatively dry and predominantly desert land. The Saudi state, in its first phase, united small urban centers scattered around Najd. At the turn of the 18th century, this conglomerate of urban centers could be thought of as similar to Greek-style city-states. Despite the vast amount of land in between, the Saudi state managed to unite these entities under one central authority. It was only then, with the rise of a central state, that security, stability was provided, based on the rule of law, and in our case, Sharia law. Equality before the law, security, and political stability are prerequisites for economic activity and growth. Hence, Diriyah became at the center of trade routes, and over time increased its connection through commercial and cultural transactions with faraway lands. In other words, it became part of a global network. Dear guests, it is felt by many, including myself, that the subject of your seminar are very much understudied and a great number of questions remain unanswered, hence the value of your deliberations over the next 2 days. We are pinning high hopes on scholars amongst us today to rectify the state of scholarship and the body of language in this field. Thank you for your kind invitation, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Thank you very much.
السمو الملكي
Many thanks to His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz for his speech in enriching this dialogue or these sessions that will explore the history of Diriyah. Now we start the first session, which will give an insight about the ancient history of this region and the importance of trade, which make it a center for regional and international trade. Dr. Hamad Al-Angari will be directing this session now to present the speakers at this session.
أستاذ التاريخ في جامعة الملك سعود، وأيضا الدكتور طلال بن خالد الطريفي الأستاذ في جامعة الإمام.
Dr. Talal at Imam Saud University, Islamic University. Welcome the speakers. The first Professor Fahad will is about the history, the ancient history at the Al-Arid region, which will extend about 2,000 years, goes back to 2,000 years from Bani Hanifa kingdom before Islam. And also during the Middle Islamic history, and its interaction with the history of and the trade of the region, being on the crossroads of Hajj journeys. 1727 AD. He is the professor at Imam University, and he is at the Department of History, and also a researcher in the Prophet's biography. He has a number of prizes, and also the research distinction award. Now he has the floor. In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, praise be to Allah, peace and blessings be upon Prophet Muhammad, his family and his companions. Your Royal Highness, Prince Faisal bin Salman, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, peace be with you all. I thank the Diriyah Gate for that introduces the history of our country, and this rich history, to introduce it to the world, and the Diriyah being at the center of this country, and this present and glorious past and present and prosperous future. Now my speech will be just glimpses of history. Now we start with the importance of the Arabian Peninsula from the political aspects, as the link between the different continents of the world, and linked Europe, Africa, and Asia, as well as Romans and Persian and Chinese civilizations. He's the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and also highlighted this importance. It is the springboard of Arabs, and also His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman highlighted this importance of this region. And also some people link or highlight just a small part of this history of the Arabian Peninsula, but this goes far depths in history.
قلب اليمامة، وإقليم له حضور تاريخي نقش حضوره عبر الزمن في سجل التاريخ. الرياض والدرعية في وسط العالم.
Riyadh in the center of Diriyah is the heart of the country. Diriyah is talking about the people in Najran here, at Dammam here, Jeddah, all Diriyah, and all these people, they are represented at Diriyah. And the history through بداية presentation of the people and the historical study prove that refer back to the 5,000 years back, and here is the all the architectural and these and even centuries, historical centuries and graves, which is considered as the biggest in the world here. And there are some Muslims and there are some restoration of this is also indicate that the deepness of the history of the area and all these and then and narratives and all the historical narratives and cultural narratives indicate that there is and this in the arid area, namely, and those people who are and they link them with the people of the interest, and then we come to the another part, and this is a nation of architectural nation, and it is central in Hajr, and it is now a Riyadh, and in the Khidrima, and it is now called Al-Kharj, and it is in the heart of the Arabic region. This is extended for 100 of years, from 20 years DA, and this is achieves investment, and there are some balances in this in Farmalia, and it is mentioned in the historical Arabic heritage in the past. Nisab al-Kalbi, he has a book written, and Wahbi ibn Usman also, on Abtasim al-Yazid. We can find that these informations came from different resources about this. And when we stop at we have to stop in this Darqa al-Yamama. It is a heritage, and it is to be known as Saudi heritage, and we related to the Ministry of Culture. They have set up the first opera, Saudi opera in the Arabic world. It is Zarqa al-Yamama. It is the daughter of Riyadh.
قالتها الأسطورة، فالميثولوجيا جزء من تاريخ الشعوب ويجب أن يهتم به. ننتقل إلى مفصل آخر، مفصل مهم، مملكة بني حنيفة في العارض وفي وسط اليمن. مملكة بني حنيفة
the Bani Hanifa kingdom
430 إلى سنة 600
to 630 years pre-Islam, which Bani Hanifa is one of the kingdoms that flourished before Islam. And this is for history. Banu Hanifa and Banu Sa'laba, when they reached this region, they turned the Bedouin life into civilized life, and also the cultural and trade and agricultural flourished during this, and also I do not want to go into details of these aspects. They settled here at the heart of Al-Arid region and Jabal Tuwaiq, and this is one of the most significant civilization sites. Also, Tasam and Jarish were inherited by Banu Hanifa, and there was a great flourishment of and also Ubayd ibn Salaba was quite crucial in flourishing trade in this area. One of the most significant personalities of Banu Hanifa, Hawda bin Ali al-Hanafi, and he was granted a crown by Castrius, and he was protecting the trade caravans about the extended 1,500 kilometers. He was protecting the trade caravans in this region. He was also nicknamed the King of Yamama, and then Prophet nominated him as the ruler of Yamama. And the Sumama bin Asam made or created a blockade on Mecca, and he banned grain and wheat from Mecca until the Prophet, peace be upon him, asked him to lift this blockade. And this went into his descendants. Then another area, Al-Arid, it is the Al-Arid is the center of the Arabian Peninsula, and the first coin was minted there, which is which carries the Yamama name on these coins. And Mecca and Medina, that it was
انظروا إلى هذه الشبكة الكبيرة من الطرق، الدائرة الحمراء على حجر اللي هي الرياض وبجوارها الدرعية، عقدة مواصلات من الجنوب إلى الشمال ومن الشرق إلى الغرب. هذا الخط الأخضر هذا طريق تجارة دولي، طريق البخور يمر
This is the trading route from Yemen and Aden. It was the center of the work till Iraq and the Sham places. And as you notice that this village and Al-Aqiq, and there are a great market there. There are 160 well and caravans and all the world measure cannot reach this type of that. And they said about her, there are some people who is in the Hajr al-Yamama. This is the market of the Faw, هذه حجر الأمامة. The market of Hajar al-Amama in the Arabia, in Bani Hanifa, till Muharram month, all the trees came from the Sham, from the Yemen, and this was this case. By the way, I recommend that and to call this Mosim as the season of Riyadh. It is a part of the Riyadh history that occurs market, and it is identity of this area. We have to go on. There are other markets in this way, but it is not the way of Bakhur. This area goes on, and some visitors and historical people visited the area, just like Ibn Battuta, 632, and he says that this is a big city and a beautiful city, and the princess Amir al-Hanafi of that time, and the Amir Hajr is the friend of the people and took them to the Hajj in Mecca. And we have to come to another part, the appearance of Diriyah at Hijriya, as Al-Muradi is the founder of Diriyah, who came from Brashi' and came to the Hajj al-Imama, and arrived there, and he initiated and setting up Diriyah, and he make this makes, for example, a big rise for the history of this area, and it is became as a station for the Hajj caravans. They go through it, hundreds of these caravans going to the Mecca for Hajj, and it is Aqil. It is not Aqil of the Qasim, it is Aqil, another place. They go and take the pilgrimage people to Mecca through Arabian interiors, just like 128, about 20,000 go through this area. And there is another example. All of them go through this way. These are examples. This is a document, Usmani document by Usman bin Rabi'a. This documents talking about the Najd people, Ibrahim ibn Musa, Sheikh al-Salamiyya. They talk about them presently and thank them because what they have done to the pilgrims to Mecca, or the people who come to Mecca for pilgrims. The more clear these areas through the mountain of Tuwaiq in the eastern region, and this Al-Haysiyah, and this is Tuwaiq mountain, the highest, what has been described, His Highness Al-Amir Ilman. I am going to concise my talking in 1039. Imam Muhammad bin Saud, and then start a very fast change in the history of Diriyah. I have to stop here because the wheel of the history will never ever stop, and at the end, in conclusion, we have to work together, having hard work, in order to make this using the people of the expert and all the people who are we have to start a new innovative things in order to add for these sciences, in order to work together in a collaborator. I have to thank the people of the Diriyah Gate and for this Diriyah Global Seminars. Let me thank His Highness Amira bin Turkey, because he is the reason she called me, and thank you for all of you. And also my great stand to my friends, because they helped me, and 90% of I have to apologize, but I work because my colleague helps me on work that, and they I want to talk to the people in order to see they convince me to come and to do this, and praise be to Allah Almighty. And I am, yani, that is good. Assalamu alaikum, and peace be to you, all of you.
معنا الآن الدكتور عبد الله بن محمد مطوع سيتناول الأنشطة التجارية الدرعية العاصمة.
Diriyah as a capital, it is a cultural subject about Diriyah. We have to talk first about the types of trade in Najd, and then we talk about the effort of the members of the trade and traditional caravans of trade caravans to the capital at Diriyah, and the investment of the trade and the research. Also will talk about the Diriyah market and the المطوع بجامعة الملك سعود, King Saud University, with the Department of History. He has a president of the King Abdul Aziz present. He has a lot of studies in Diriyah and community. You are welcome. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, and the blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad, His Highness Sultan bin Ashab, our virtuous, and Allah, bless you, and He come with us through the history of Diriyah, and I am going to talk about Hanifa Valley. The title of the talk, or about the trade events in Diriyah, because of the time is controlling us. I am going to talk concisely in that. I'm going to start with the importance of security for the way of the caravans, trade caravans, in the exactly for the economic events and the need for them for this trading. And the reality is that the security of the roads for the caravans, that means it is going to encourage the trading for these places, and the growing of this trading will reflect on these areas. Therefore, they have considered or caring for this security of these ways for these caravans in two different times, in how to be careful about the governor of Diriyah about this issue. The first thing, talked to the Dr. Fahad in 1980. He has a document or a message to the governor of Ihsa at that time from the Osmanis regime. He is talking about 4 places. One of them, Ibrahim bin Musa, is the governor of the Diriyah at that time, and the 4th governor for Diriyah. This message talking about the effort of these people, actually Ibrahim bin Musa, effort about his working and all the procedures in order to protect the Hajj caravans, and this the new governor, and to take care of the caravans of Hajj in 19, and to make some statement with at that time in the regime of Abdul Aziz bin Muhammad, who governed the Saudi state from 1990. At that from this time, there is a powerful of security at that time, and the conclusion of this and one of the pilgrims has been stolen from him some package, and he has some money. when the caravan came to the Badawi areas, he sent to the chief of the tribes that they said that they are going to pay him back the stolen money from him, but they consist on knowing who is the stealer of these things, and they brought him to the imam, and then the package came as it is, and the imam sent it to the Zubair in the south of Iraq at that time, telling that or expressing that the powerful of the security in these places and how they care about the caravans. Let us come back to see about the activities in Diriyah. I have noted a little bit about these, about the routes of the caravans who came through. When there is a security in the roads, and then for the trading in the areas, that is has been achieved in the regime of King Saud at that time, and that is making rising of the economic activities at that time, and that is there is no forbidden the people for taking money from the people by doing that, or by and for the traders, that is which helps of the movement of the caravans, of the trade caravans through this road, and nobody is going to lose anything, and there are the traders of that after their level is after the governors and the princes in that the state of the Saudi the first, that reflected in the community and in the capital in particular. And the Diriyah has been described as a big capital, and there are a lot of people on that, and there it is a place of trade, and the people came towards it from different places. And this with this story, there are clear things, and that is all the people of Diriyah have been supported. It is considered as a central, a trade center, and there are some ways talking that about the governors of Diriyah. They are talking about the importance of Diriyah and making it as a central for trading, and they have to work hard in order to make the security of the raid. And because if the trading caravans stop, that means with the traders, they are going to visit our markets, and it created a job for the people and for the marketing also, and that is the real of Diriyah, and that makes that all the rumors that said that Diriyah is not a big market, and to see is not like to listen. And this is a message from Imam Saud bin Abdul Aziz. He told it to the people of the capital, and they said that all that comes to this capital from different areas, from all directions, and if anybody told them and invite them to Islam and to tell them about how to be monotheism in Islam, and this is not happened, and there is a problem in this aspect, and you have to change this. We can understand from this that the capital people are a lot of people, and of these the people or the inhabitants in that time, and they are he is talking about them because they are not making these people or telling these people in order to be Muslims, for example. From another point of view, this indicates that the state take care about the people and in Diriyah, and all the pilgrimage and the people and they spend days and nights walking, and they think that it is a duty for them in order, and they give order to all princes in order to be careful about Diriyah, and three days. And he told about that the Arab people came from Iraq, from Al-Iqalat, in order to facilitate their caravans, and also for the non-Arab, just like forces from Iqalat, from Iraq, and to the other towns or other state. The time is running short, therefore I will jump over. And then the Diriyah became the big capital, and economic is not just agricultural, but they are talking about the nature. Just like other people, they have money, and they have the people when as a starvation at Najd as 60 years, and there are the people some effort for the people, and they spread out of the people to the Yemen and Iraq and that, and they immigrate out. And he says that Diriyah became Diriyah, it is just like a thobe for them, for everybody to come. This description is highly about Ihsa and Diriyah, and we have to tell that the economic of this city has been invested and rising in order to be has effort for economic, because he has a rich resources, economic resources, and in order to solve the natural crisis of the other people. And when we talk about trading, we have to talk about the market. At that time, they told them Diriyah season, and they have to go to this market. It is talking about it gives the people, and it is the people meet together in that market, and they are talking about scientific things, and they buying and selling and purchasing, and it is a traditional market in the big field and near the mosque, and at the side of it there are some places for people putting their goods, and there are some camels at that time, and all the villages and in Najd taking a round shape in the market, or at a triangle, or at a triangle, and they put their houses, building their houses in this type, in order to avoid the dangerous things from outside. And there are you find that the villages or the around Wadi Halifa Valley, this is not mean that there are some villages in the other areas, just like Al-Qasim, and the market has been located in the middle of Halifa Valley, from the west side and from the east side. They called it market the season of Diriyah at that time, and it is the location that not is at Batin, and it is not with Tarif in the Sheikh. When the people of the Sheikh they living there at that time, and the location now, which is buying and selling, about purchasing. And this season, it is not a strange word. When I told about it about 20 years ago about Diriyah, the first thing that came to my mind, it is different things, but it is clear and known. It is for the people. Al-Shair Muhammad ibn Hayya, he says that the place was purchasing and buying and purchasing, and this is, I want to mention a little information about that. It is read by the Prince of Riyadh at that time, and the thing that he told me about it, the word souk as the word that is used for all the people. The choosing of this location of this souk, it is very important in order to be reached from different facets, for example, and there from the area in order to come, in order to buy things and to buy all their goods from this market. It is called Al-Musim. As a result for that, and this issue, we do not find the resources that is to tell us about it clearly, but in the south or the north, what it is difficult in order to know the location of the market, and it is his importance in the, and therefore this location of the market as a Muslim in the valley, it is according to the starting with initiatives of Atref areas. Whatever happened, this market, it is raised and known and been very known in the Diriyah, and Diriyah became invested and very big capital, especially in the regime of King Imam Muhammad bin Saud, where they said that he can sit in the place of Hisn or area Hisn al-Diriyah in order to look at the market through this window and to see what is going on in the valley of Hanifa. From other side, Imam gave this added scientific mention for this market, because he gave some lessons in the morning and the people attended his lesson in the morning, all the people in the circle, and there is no resources to telling us about governors of the state before him. Let me sum up with a beautiful description. I have to describe this market. I have seen this Muslim when I was in a higher place, and I look at the state or the houses of the west, and I saw that a Muslim for women at the side and for men in another side, and there is a bargaining for purchasing, and it is extended for a long distance, and you are listening all for I sell or I buy in the both sides, in the side of the north or the east of the market, and there is security, and all these shops are in the side of the valley, and there is there is raising of the rent of these shops. It is from 1 real to another real and half, and when the caravans of Hidim, they made raising the rest rent of the shops to from 1 real, it is to 120 reals. The story of Bini Bishr, he said that there are some places in order to display these goods in these shops, and when is a long-term shop and a short-term shop, and sometimes they are try to make a contemporary shops from Usman and Nahil. This all richness affected all things in general, and the raising of the price of houses, and the Diriyah appears very important care about the security of the caravans of the brigs and the trading caravans in all places, and therefore the traders came with all their bargains in the Najd, and they came to Diriyah as became a very strong capital. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for the highness of our colleague Dr. Fahad and our daughter Rahima bin Turki bin Fahad, and peace be upon you all.
A quick announcement, everyone. We are honored to present the inauguration of the book King Salman under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud at the Heritage Pavilion. شكرا لك دكتور حمد العنقري على إدارة الجلسة. بقى واحد.
ما اشتغل خلاص. نعود مرة أخرى. الآن مع سعادة الأخ الزميل الدكتور طلال بن خالد الطريفي سيتحدث عن استمرارية الدولة السعودية منذ عام 1727 نقد السرديات من التقليدية إلى إعادة إحياء الفهم. تتناول الورقة نقد التصورات النمطية لمؤرخين كثر من المتخصصين في التاريخ السعودي أو من المهتمين، وعلى رأسها فرضية السقوط في تاريخنا الوطني التي تناولت السقوط الأول والثاني، وبالتالي قسمت هذا التاريخ إلى مراحل ثلاث، وبيان أهمية تحليل التاريخ وعملية المقارنة بأحداث تاريخية عالمية، مما يؤكد أن التاريخ السعودي لم يتعرض للسقوط كما كرس في السرديات التقليدية. الأستاذ الدكتور طلال بن خالد الطريفي أكاديمي متخصص في التاريخ الوطني بجامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية، وإعلامي له برامج وثائقية في قنوات تلفزيونية، وكاتب سيناريو ومحتوى إعلامي وتاريخي، ومقدم بودكاست جلسة تاريخية ضمن برنامج أنتمي التابع لدارة الملك عبد العزيز. فليتفضل مشكورا.
صاحب السمو الملك
His Highness the Prince Faisal bin Sultan, the guest, and has holders of virtues, peace be to you all. This is the continuous of the King Saudi state. It is moving with the transferring of for Michel Foucault, the French people, he said that the history is from the as fruit of the what carries out all the events that happened, and the visions or the ideas coming inside, and they are raising some negative things according to the discussion. And I have to stop in this paper in an issue, very important issue concerning the country, and related to it is a lot of his resources and history. And they say that the Kingdom of Saudi, the fold twice in 27 and 1718 twice, and then the history of Saudi history has been divided into first and second. This idea might be convincing from the beginning, but it gives a very simple things about history, and there are some there is a big questions, that is to what extent the agreement or all the historicists that the Kingdom of Saudi failed twice, and how twice. And from here we have a researchal problem. We have to search deeply in order to make sure about the reality of this fullness of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia twice through the history, from the academic people and the people that who is concerned with this. And this paper might open a door in order to for the narratives and historical narratives, and in order to be clear about facts, historical facts, in order to give a critical view about the history. And we have to start with Michel, because he has indicates about, he says that we cannot take easy about resources, and there are, for example, a scientific aspect. They are talking about that, about understanding of history and culture. As the historical Peter, he said about very important details about the negatives and the community interaction with this, about the history. And the history, it is a literal story. We have to start about the fullness of the country in the first. He says that everything is clear when it is not realistic. From the terminology, historical terminology for the countries, that is about initiating or setting up of the countries, and the starting of one and the end of the others, and this is indicate the concept of that, and all the historicists people, they are agreed about all the history events are the same for the countries. And but I am going to far away from the history to the sociology now. The English Thomas Hobbes said that there are in the social affairs, and not only the wars that is falling the countries and the wars, internal wars for them. Also John Cross said that and expressed about that, about the fondness of the economic side of the country, and we have to reflect the issue. If it is the social community or social stop, and economic also, because this is what is going inside the people. For example, what is social tightness between the people, the community, it is going to make the fondness of the countries. Here in Saudi Arabia, we cannot refuse the idea that these people agreed upon it, but we have to stop at the historical details. We found that there are something which is need more debates and discussions, and we know that these events are susceptible to the critical. At 27 years, there are problems from the year 656. At that time, it was divided into places from economic side and social side, and this situation has been changed after 27. And when the Imam Muhammad bin Saud, he started his responsibility in the community, that is, he get out of this spread out of people and shatteredness of the people, and he is making to start with the governors of Iraq, and then to the force of Muhammad Ali, which came to armed to Diriyah in 18 years, and this arrivedness is not easily. And then Ibrahim al-Diriyah, he is entered more than 20 battles with Saudis. And here I have to stop at a question: why Ibrahim Pasha decided that after vocationing at Diriyah, he left it the city as a victim in order to build a new government for Saudis. At that, after the Diriyah and the army refused to surrender and to stop from and then he imposed it for the people, and that he is completely assured that he is going to stable, the country will be stable as a and he is after the occupation of Diriyah by the armies of Muhammad Ali at that time, and they have to go out of the fence of Diriyah, and then he came injured, and Muhammad Ali he hurried in leaving Diriyah, Muhammad Ali and his arms. And this the imams of the country, they start talking with their people, and they said the aviator people go back to home, and then this moved them from scatteredness, and they came together in order to start together. And these masses, after the moving of Osmanis, and then he would find himself about a historical decision in order to make the people come together after they killed his cousin. And this is came, and they came after them historic people for the second Saudiya in 1928, and then the debate started, and then after the Imam Turki, he is not the founder of the real Diriyah, and then the Imam Faisal after that in 1842. And we have to arrive at a conclusion that, to convince ourselves that there is no, it is just playing, then the country did not fall in order to set it up from the beginning. And it is not able to drove out these armed people who is dealing the people with the bad behavior, and we have to start ourselves, and we have to say that the country has been falling down. Her governor has paid for that and injured, and nobody escaped away from this battle. And we have the bias that has happened after this war. We have to start our history, which start before centuries before. We have to start our comparative history. That is, our country state is fallen down. We have to compare it with the other historical events. We have to say that the Byzantine emperor has happened to be occupied by historical in Latin people after the Zionist at that time Zionist occasion, and the natives said that there is no vocation for the Byzantine history. It is the period about 1600 years, about 6 centuries, about comparable to Saudi Arabia, which has been occupied for just months or 2 months. And we have to come back to these events. If we compare what happened to the country for the occupation as happened in Constantinople at that time, we can see the differences between these events as it is happened to Byzantine countries, as happened to the state of Saudi Arabia when attacked by the Spanish governor, and after the death of Henry the First in 1585 years, they have been occupied for 50 years. It is just it is a period of fallingness of a country, and we can at that time the resources of Saudi Arabia talking about that, or the sources what have said the resources and what is said by the references. Let me conclude with the reasons of the fallness of the state of Saudi Arabia. Abdurrahman bin Faisal said that when he escaped from Riyadh or withdrew from Riyadh at the 19th century, he says that this is a fallness of the state of Saudi Arabia. But when we follow the resources from 1918 falling of the country, the Imam withdrew is not resendering, for example, that, but he said that he is going to recover or to come back to the power with his son, the Aziz, who is very young. And it is difficult that there is a fallingness of the state, but the Imam is alive and he is dealing with the other people, and he stayed at 10 years. He is in a contact with the people and the people that who supporting him, and tell he recover and bring back Riyadh at that time. And his tactic and strategy at these events, he is working very hard, and he is dealing with the situation seriously. Then some of the history people think that it is a fallness of the country or state. Then I'm going to compare with one example what happened to Imam Abdurrahman what is said in the history of English history. They said that in the state of English state in 1992, when the Charles II decided 1362, when he withdrew from the British land at that time, in 1562, when he has been defeated with the civil war, 6 years between France and Spain, and he came in order to finish the internal conflict. In 1662 at that time, and he came back to his throne, and the King Charles, he said this period is not a falling of the country, but they say that it is a period of conflict inside the country and outside, and they are going to make some remedy for these problems in order that it can be compared to the kingdom of Saudi state. And this paper has been concised, but now I am concised and about 30 papers, and now in this Holiness I also make very concise things, and I hope that I can have a time in order to tell you His Highness the Prince Faisal, and I thank you for this careness, and thank you very much.
الله يعافيك.
Anybody has a question or inquiry? Anybody question or inquiry from the people? Your name and a concise question. Dr. Faris Al-Zikri, membership of King Saud University. It is a very rich talk. There are many questions, and this paper is very beautiful, all right. And I know that you have you have said a lot about Souk Hujra al-Yamama market, when it is said in the 10th of Muharram month. And then it is going to this market after the coming back of the pilgrims. And this market also, when he talk about Abdullah Mutawi, or this in Diriyah season, this market Diriyah season, that means the souk we move to that places when it is became at concentration of political and trading center. And we say that in poetic expressions, but from the resources and from the references, it is a season markets and permanent markets. And I think this name is also came to this place, and Diriyah became with trade activity, and this market extended to because a permanent market. Dr. Talal, I hope that I share you this view about when we talk about what is called about the foreigners of the second Saudi state, when the Imam Abdul Rahman withdrew from Riyadh. There are an example, Islamic example, when Muawiyah ibn Yazid, when he is left the Caliphate, and then Abdullah ibn Zubair replaced his place, and then became completely different from Bani Umayyah Caliphate, but it is an extension in the second Ahd al-Marwani. Thank you very much. Please concise your speak. summarize your talk. Your name, please. Peace be to you. Dr. Ahmed Yusuf, professor at Al-Ahfad, Cairo University. There is a very important point in the Diriyah trading. The caravans of pilgrims from Egypt, Iraq, Yemen, Amman, the rise of the things raising in the time of Hajj, and when the things that the goods came to Mecca, very high rises, and when the trade came from India and came to the Gulf, Arabic Gulf, and then to the Najd and Diriyah, and from Oman came to Najd and Diriyah, and it is stored here, and the documents prove that. Then it is be moved to Mecca at the time of Hajj, and this is very important in the 12th century and 13th century. This is can link to a very important point. Diriyah is going to, in order to control the prices of goods in Mecca in the season of pilgrimage. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My greeting for everybody for the nights of this light, and the talking is very important at that time. Sir Turki ibn Karim, باحث in heritage, a researcher. You're talking about the continuous of the government. You have done a good work. You have got tell, and we know that we need a marginal for this talking in order to extend our talking about that, and to talk a little bit in research about the Yamama and the Traif. We are not going to talk a lot, but these seminars or symposiums will be with a wide or a broad discussion in order to benefit from that. Thank you very much for you. The last question. Peace be to you all. A PhD student, King Saud University. I thank you for Dr. Talal Traif. We share him, Dr. Traif, what he said, and we have as researchers and is the state of Saudi Arabia divided into parts or fallen down? As the doctor said, if it is all these fall down, the markets and those things, and they said, one of the poets said that after the Imam Abdurrahman withdrew and go to Kuwait, and Muhammad Rashid says that there was one of the poets said that, Imam Islam, you have to come back, and that is indicates the communication between the people do not stop. All the time they are communicating with each other and with the Imam, and inside themselves he is from the Saud family, and the names are changed, and who is going to lead this situation at that time. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. I didn't hear what he's saying. Souk Hajar al-Yamama, Hajar al-Yamama market. It is one of the famous Arabic markets in the Arab world, and it is going on for hundreds of years. and it is literal market and economic market, in just like Al Farazdaq or Bani Hamid and others. And and there are some conversations and some and there are different activities in this market. The market, some researches in its location. It is in the center of Riyadh. Center of Riyadh. When there are different views about that, but it is now it is in the place of the car parking, and it is east of the university. And in Atabas, it is in the place of Jufra now, في قصر بن كليب now. And this is approximately the places that, as I said, and the most important thing, it is in the center of Riyadh, the market, and you have to add fee, and you have to make research on this market for its location. Thank you very much. In the name of Allah, the most merciful. Dr. Faris, he asked about the season. I think the Muslim is clear work. I use it because there are some clarification from the King Salman and clarifications. But when we talk about in Lisan al-Arab, it is a reason. That means it is a reason of market, reason of Hajj, pilgrims, all the assembly of a people is the reason. Just like Mina season, and season is a market, and it is said about Diriyah season, and we have in order to be and to bring her, it is very rich, and the reasons and the market deserve a lot of things. Concerning for my colleague who asked about, excuse me, I don't know the name, about trading in Diriyah, and Diriyah is controlling the prices, and as a student of history, I care about documents. No history without documents. I need resources and references and documents in order to prove that. If that has happened, we find it in that, we can. Thank you very much, Dr. Talal. Dr. Faris and the brothers here, he is said that, and all of them. Actually, this is the real idea in our history. I think in this period we have to go in order to criticize these resources and references in order to bring it back to the reality. Because this is a resource of the Saudi history in this fullness of the state from the mind of the historical researchers. And the King's Saudi Arabia failed and then raised again or came again. This is a complicated understanding of the history, and I think we have the stage in order to come back, in order to put things in order again, in order to look at the narratives that is control this issue. Thank you for the all people. Thank you. And the time is short, and all the sword on towards me about the time, and there are so many telephone calls talking me about that. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, His Highness. Peace be to you all. Thank you.
Dr. Sayyid Anis Hashim. With over 30 years of experience in environmental and conservation archaeology, Dr. Sayyid has dedicated his career to the restoration and study of significant historical sites. In this session, titled Trade Routes of Najd, Archaeological Insights from Diriyah, we will explore the intricate network of Najd's trade infrastructure, uncovering the routes and fortifications that once connected the Arabian Peninsula to Africa, Egypt, and beyond. Through this lens, Dr. Hashim will take us on a journey into the pivotal role these trade routes played in fostering both local and global exchange. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sayyid Anis Hashim to the stage and to present his insightful lecture.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Chairman, Board of Directors, DARA, other Prince and Princess, the Diriyah Development Authority for Global Seminar, and ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to have this opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. I have a very old association with Diriyah and Atrif, where I served for more than 13 years in the survey and restoration of Diriyah work. Now I'm going to start my presentation. That is about the role in the trade and commerce. Okay, I came here to see role in trade and commerce. My presentation is about the archaeological evidence of Najd region in the growth and development of global work. Archaeological evidence have been discovered from three sources. The first one is the international and national trade routes. The second one is from the early Islamic cities on the trade routes in the Najd region. And the third one is from the common trading commodities required from most of the archaeological sites. In fact, all the archaeological evidence have been found in the form of infrastructures. Infrastructures, in general, refers to the facilities that are made to serve the community. There have been many kinds of infrastructures. For example, transport, water, security, social, industrial, etc. The central province called Najd, located at the commercial crossroads between the south-north and east-west of the Arabian Peninsula, was an important region for trading and commerce during the Islamic period. This is the old map of Najd. Here you can see that it is a central region. Arab travelers have thrown considerable light on the trading and pilgrimage route, including the town and cities located along the routes. Among them are the Ibn Jubair, Ibn al-Nusayr and Tariq ibn Ziyad, Muhammad al-Muqaddasi, Muhammad al-Idrisi, and Ibn Battuta. Trading history of the Najd region can be divided into three phases. That first phase starts from the early phase, that's known as early phase, that's from 622 AD to 1200 AD. The second phase is the middle phase, that is from 1200 to 1400 AD. And the later phase, that is from 15th century onwards. Archaeological evidence has revealed many international trade routes with various types of infrastructures. That is transport infrastructures that is in the form of paved routes and milestone, water infrastructures that's about the reservoirs, dams, basin wells, and underground water channel that's known as qanat. And then security-related structures, that's the fort, fortress, guard houses for garrison, and then, of course, the mosque. There were many well-established trade routes connecting Mecca and Medina from different regions and countries, including Iraq, Oman, Kuwait, Syria, Yemen, and Egypt. Some of the most famous international routes which have been surveyed either fully or partially by the Department of Antiquities and Museums are Kufa-Makkah route, that's known as Darb Zubaydah, Basra-Makkah route, the Syrian route, the Egyptian route, Yemeni pilgrimage route, Oman-Makkah route, Jordan pilgrimage route, Hijra route, elephant route. Out of this one, elephant route was the pre-Islamic route, which was also used during the Islamic period. These are the caravan routes. Out of these routes, 2 caravan routes passed through the Najd region. That was the Basra-Makkah route, that's known as Darb Zubaydah. And the second one is Oman-Makkah route, that is passing through the Najd region. According to Muslim geographer Ibn Battuta, Darb Zubaydah had 54 major stations with facilities for water supply and some of them for camping. It also had milestone and beacons at regular intervals. The archaeological survey of Darb Zubaydah revealed all kinds of infrastructure provided in the records, including paved road, milestone, camping stations, forts and fortresses for garrison, a mosque and water facilities. This is the map of Darb Zubaydah that is passing through the Qasim region. It is about the water infrastructures which is found from the Darb Zubaydah. The most common facility for providing water was reservoirs in different forms, including circular, rectangular, and square. They were mainly located in the depression within a flat area or in a deep valley or gully. The circular ones had a diameter of 64.5 meters with 4.7 meter high gypsum plaster walls, and some of them had stairs from the top to bottom. Mostly these reservoirs were filled with flood water through channels. Several small stations on Darb Zubaydah had only water basins and water tanks instead of reservoirs. For example, Al-Wusayt, an old station of Zarud. These are the water facilities found on the Darb Zubaydah. There's a reservoir. This is known as Khazan, underground water. This is a well. Evidence of early Muslim historians and geographers suggests that mostly 5 types of buildings were prevalent around Darb Zubaydah. That was the castle, that's a qusur, second a fortress, or hus, dome, shelter, qibab, houses, bayut, and mosque, masjid. Archaeological survey has revealed all these structures from ruins except the dome shelters. There were many castles and forts were built at many sites on Darb Zubaydah. Mainly, they were used for providing armed garrison for the security, and they were equipped with separate guard houses and attached watchtowers. Example, the forts, we can have Samira forts like that, Al-Ashar fort, Al-Shuqqa fort, Madan Bani Sulaiman fort, and there are so many forts. It's difficult to explain all the one here. Then we find the evidence of mosque on Darb Zubaydah. That is, structure of many mosques in ruins were discovered from the survey of Darb Zubaydah. These mosques were mostly constructed during the renovation of and expansion of the road. The size varies from large to small and single room. Most of the mosques were either part of the large-size camping stations or were attached to a water reservoir. The building material of mosques were either sun-dried mud bricks or fired bricks or filled stone. Building materials also varied from site to site. Examples of mark, it is about that. There's all just like Al Diriyah Mosque, Kura Mosque, Al Rabda Mosque, Jinnah Mosque, Smart Lahan Mosque, Al Humayun Mosque. There are so many mosques. The ruins of mosques have been discovered from Darwaza. Then, beside in these international routes, there were many national routes as well. There were also some national routes like running within the country, connecting local towns and cities, like Hail to Medina route, Hail to Mecca route, Qasim to Medina route, Riyadh, Qasim and Mecca route, and Yamama to Mecca route. Now the next one is the towns or cities located on the Darwaza or trading routes. Many towns and cities developed since the pre-Islamic period on the international trade routes. These routes and cities provided essential facilities to the caravans. Gradually, some of cities and towns became famous due to further advanced infrastructures and trading activities. One of the pre-Islamic town was Al-Faw, which existed and until 4th century AD. And that was whether there were many towns and cities which developed during the Islamic period, especially during the early Islamic period. One was Zubala, most important town, and that was Zubaydah after Najaf in Iraq, which was a stronghold of Bani Asad tribe. It was the main station for commercial and Hajj caravans. The town was famous for the deepest well. Second was the Al-Fayed, next major station after Zubala, located in the central port of Hail. It was a well-developed city of the early Islamic phase. The excavation of the site, along with the southern wall of the fortress, has provided considerable data on the town planning, architecture, and social infrastructure, including residential houses, multiple rooms, and towns. And this site was excavated by Dr. Fawaz from the Hail University, and I was also working with him. The next one is the Al-Rabda, the most flourishing excavation of the site has revealed a city planning with all essential infrastructures, along with several different kinds of artifacts. This was a very large city with mosques, houses, and forts, and palaces surrounded by thick stone wall and a gate. The city was divided into different zones, including residential zones, market zone, industrial zones, and cemetery. Between Zubala and Rabada, there were many well-known towns on Darwaza, which flourished during the early Islamic phase. One was Al-Nabaj. This was a famous town near Al-Qasim. During the Islamic phases, this was known as Nabaj Bani Amir. The site includes fort, buried in ruins, and reservoirs, water channel, and well. Next was Rama. It was another town in the region. Evidence of place and well were discovered. Few more settlements such as Imra, Takhfa, and Dariba have provided unique archaeological evidence of water channel built for cutting rocks. Qasiba was the another settlement from where ruins of mud houses have been discovered. Shanan was a settlement in Qasim area, which was famous for its typical tower known as Shanan Tower, which is still there. This was the ruins of Marid, which was located on the Darwaza. Heavily populated region with many villages and towns were Wadi Dawasir, where and towns were named as Aflaj, Bir, Usayla, Nahid, Rawda, and Qadim Isra. They have revealed extensive evidence of residential houses, stone-lined wells, and impressive architectural remains. Survey of Riyadh region has also brought many sites belonging to the early and the late Islamic phases. Some of these sites were located on the Oman-Makkah route. For example, Sadus, Al-Hankis, and Nam, they were all located on the Oman-Makkah route. Al-Hankis was located toward the south of Riyadh in an area about 1.5 kilometers. This was a well-settled town during the Abbasid period. Nam was located in the south of Riyadh. The site included ruined watchtowers with holes on the walls for watching and firing. The site flourished during the 10th to 11th century AD. Next comes the middle phases, the middle Islamic phase, that is from 1200 to 1400. In fact, this period was a period of turmoil. Abbasid Caliphate became very weak. Local tribes gained substantial power. One of them was Qarmathians from Al-Hassa, who destroyed most of the previous infrastructures. So it seems like a transitional period which mostly represented the pattern of early Islamic phase in declining order. The town of Balida is a typical example of Middle Islamic town. It was the most famous town on Oman-Makkah road and flourished between 7th to 14th century AD. The site has revealed evidence of mud brick houses and some other finds. The poor archaeological findings from the site suggest that people migrated from the site for a better economy. Then comes the late Islamic period. Generally, this phase is linked with the occupation of Ottomans. During the occupation, most of the villages and towns, especially in the eastern and southern Arabia, were equipped with forts and watchtowers. This is the tower from Hail. Then there is a town that's known as Sadus. We can say that it's a connecting link between the early, middle, and late Islamic period. This town is located about 70 kilometers northwest of Riyadh. Archaeological evidence of this site has revealed data from all three phases, suggesting that this town was a connecting link between the three Islamic phases. It was a walled city with circular plan and mud building structures, including palaces, houses, and jammas. And now this town has been described as a heritage site. Next come to Diriyah, the most important center and the city in the central region, Najd, and the capital city of the first Saudi state. This settlement provides a general outlook of the urban town planning and monuments during the late Islamic phase. City of Diriyah was 45 town with surrounding walls and watchtowers. And then the Kamsul Turef located within the city of Diriyah on a low hilly area surrounded by green field and garden. This is the aerial view of Turef. Muhammad bin Saud bin Muqrim, who was the chief of Diriyah, moved from his ancestral residence and built his palace in 1726 and named it the Salwa Palace. He was the founder of the first Saudi state, who established a centralized administration. After the alliance of Imam Muhammad bin Saud with Sheikh Muhammad Abdul Wahab in 1744, Diriyah became a very important city for the Islamic religious education. This is the old photograph of Salwa Palace. It was taken before restoration. On the right side, you can see that this is the first unit of the Salwa Palace. In fact, Salwa Palace has 7 units built in different periods. Imam Abdulaziz al-Saud built defensive walls around the Turef, which were towers at a strategic point, making a significant contribution in developing a strong security infrastructure. Here we can say the security was, this one is and tower, security towers. Then again, there is another security tower, that's known as Faisal Tower. It was very strong tower of that period. Then here you can see that wall, it has terraces. On the right side, there was a terrace where the cannons were kept for firing, and there was a storeroom for ammunitions. The second infrastructure is water infrastructures. There were many wells, cistern, water storage tanks, and canals were built to provide water facilities. A trove was also built near the well for animals. At that time, water was fetched through the animals with these like donkeys. Between 1793 and 1795, John Lewis, renowned, an official from the East India Company, visited Diriyah and praised the town for its availability of water, agricultural activities, and weather. The third most developed infrastructure at Tureth is road and streets. At Tureth, there were three types of streets. The first one was around areas in the nearly circular manner. The second one, known as Share-e-Sakni, ran vertically and horizontally across the settlement. It was connecting most of the palaces, large houses, and mosques. And third was the branches or allies, connecting a few residences. Some of these were built allies or narrow streets with no exit, connected houses with the main street. This is also given the old picture of Salwa Mosque. Here you can see the well, and there is a channel for water. It was in the channel. This channel was used for the oblation purpose. At Tureth, the most important infrastructure directly related to trades and commerce were Baitul Mal, Subala al-Modi, and shops attached to the Subala. Baitul Mal. As the first Saudi state expanded and grew in wealth, a Baitul Mal was built adjacent to the Salwa Palace. According to the Arab chronicles, all types of state property, including taxes on trading caravans, passing through the rulers' territories, and taxes levied on grain, dates, and livestock, and goods sold were kept in Baitul Mal. During the Saud the Great, between 1803 and 1814, tax revenue from most of the Diriyah brought prosperity to Diriyah, and all things were kept in Baitul Mal. Then this is the Subala Modi. This was a large house of Princess Modi, who donated it to be used as a free guest inn for lodging traders and visitors. The house had many facilities, including an attached mosque and a stable for traders' horses. This photo was taken before the restoration work. Again, this was also photograph taken before the restoration work. This was the ruins of Subala Modi Mosque. In Subala, there were 3 rooms with doors opening on the street. It is said that these were shops where traders displayed their goods for sale. Also, after the excavation at the ruins of Imam Muhammad bin Saud Mosque at Tureth, the evidence of few shops, structures in front of the mosque have been revealed. Then with the trade and commerce, the souk and market was also very important institution. That since pre-Islamic time, the tradition of seasonal fairs and markets was very common. There were many cities and towns where markets were held annually or weekly and were very popular. People from different places came here mainly for trading. Many commodities were imported in these markets, including fabrics, rice, sugar, tea, coffee, and spices from India, Egypt, and Syria. Livestock, including camels and horses, were also exported. Example of some souks are like Souk Aukas in Taif, Dumat al-Jalandhar Souk in Jawf, Zubola and markets in Medina and Tabuk market. These are the very famous markets where the archaeological evidence has been found. And this one is the arch, is from the Souk Aukas. In Diriyah, a large market was held in front of a Turef court and Wadi Hanifa. A vivid description of this market is written in the historical documentation of Usman ibn Abdullah ibn Bish, who was during the first Saudi state. In his book, Glory in the Rise of the Diriyah and its dishes during the, according to him, Diriyah was a very rich state where people had gold and silver arms, beautiful horses, Oman, and luxury items. He has also mentioned the Diriyah market, we saw from the top of the Turef. Then the second one is that many common finds have been found through survey and excavation at several sites like Darb Zubaydah, including from nearby cities, that Islamic glaze pottery, large metal objects, jewelry of gold and silver, wooden objects, bone and ivory artifacts, steatite dishes, bowls, and cups. A few places, pieces of textile and leather have also been discovered. There was some small industry at some of the Islamic sites, like Al-Rabda had evidence of a small-scale industry where various types of glass objects were produced. Sites in Qasim area have revealed evidence of woodwork. Steatite objects were produced at Taif, and evidence of leather and tiny work was also found from the Al-Rabda. Most common trading item was unglazed ceramics, glazed ceramics, which was imported from Iraq, Iran, Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and Maghreb. Bone and ivory objects also have been found at some places, especially at Rabda, which was imported either from East Africa or from the Indian subcontinent. There were also sites of gold mining sites at Zulum and Mahad al-Dahab site, a silver and copper mining site at Al-Nuqra. These sites were exploited during the Abbasid period. A large hold of gold coins were recovered from Jawf. It seemed that gold and copper were used for jewelry as well as for minting the coins. All this evidence suggests that there were highly developed infrastructures for trade and commerce in the Najd region. There were flourishing towns and cities with specialized small-scale industries. There was a large market for sale and purchase of goods, and there was common goods which were used at every town and cities through the trades and commerce. Hence, it can be established that the late and early Islamic phases had a very favorable infrastructure and environment which played a vital role in the international and national trade, and hence in the growth of the Diriyah economy and the Najd region in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sayyid Hashim. Discussion on historical trade routes of Najd and their profound impact on local and global exchange. Building on the theme of connectivity and exchange, our next session takes us further along these routes, exploring not only the economic, but also the cultural and artistic dimensions of transference across the Arabian Peninsula. It is my honor to introduce Professor Shomen, Director of the RKM Research Center at the University of Liverpool. His lecture, titled Passage Through the Arabian Peninsula, Cultural and Artistic Transference in Oman and Saudi Arabia, will delve into the role of inland routes and geographic features like wadis in shaping trade, communication, and cultural exchange. This session is hosted by the Archeum Research Center. Please join me in welcoming Professor Shomen to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be invited by the Diriyah Global Seminar to talk, and there are distinguished guests here, so I'm speaking to an audience which I really, really appreciate. I'm going to talk about Arabia through the passages, I am talking about, a part of this work will be about Oman, and part of that will be on Saudi Arabia. I need to know, yeah, okay. So just a quick overview. Part of that will be, as I said, on Oman, and part of that on Saudi Arabia. I will, so one of the things that we tend to forget is that these trade routes are especially through the Arabian Peninsula, are a very important part of how a number of very important routes, such as the Silk Route and what is called the Golden Route, that is the maritime trade routes across the Indian Ocean, they became connected. Of course, we talk about the Gulf and the importance of the Gulf in connecting these, but also it is very important that we understand this huge landmass which actually made the connection between a number of these important trade routes. And as a result of that, what happened is that this manifested itself in different kinds of activities. And therefore, one of the things that I'm suggesting here is that we need to look into, if we are talking about trade routes, if we are talking about connections across the Arabian Peninsula, we really need to take the entire Arabian Peninsula into account. And that's one of the things that I'm trying to do here by bringing together some aspects of the material that I have on Oman, and that's an area of specialism of mine, and the Saudi Arabian world, just to show that how many distinctive areas of activity there existed. But these areas, these provided that, as I say, the connection between both the maritime and the land routes over there. So first part of this is to do with a couple of Omani artistic traditions which found their way in from the Indian Ocean ports such as Kalhat, Kurayat, but also Muscat later on, into the Dakhliya or the interior region of Oman, and how these actually brought together not only the movement of people, but also artifacts and the shift of human environments as well. And I will focus on the Saudi Arabian context in terms of indicating how infrastructurally developed that was and how distinctive that was in terms of providing a structure which was necessary for supporting the pilgrimage. And therefore, there are sort of slight distinctions in the way that these two were. Just picking up a few images here, I would suggest that, you know, the importance of the landscape, the importance of the natural landscape through the wadis and sabkas or the dry salty mud flats, but also the transmontane routes which allowed this kind of traffic to move between locations. At the same time, not only geographical formations, but also archaeological and cultural remains, such as, say, for example, on the left-hand side, the tombs, the pre-Islamic tombs on hilltops, or the stone cairns in the middle image, which provided the route. The stone cairns in the middle image is interesting because they also are connected to the reading of the passage of the stars, which allowed then that to be translated into the way that the time was calculated in the Falaj irrigation system. But also, at the end of the day, obviously, there were resting positions, stations, where local facilities such as souks, but also mosques and Falaj systems, majlis, sablers in Oman, they actually provided the kind of infrastructure, almost a kind of a latent infrastructure. Infrastructure being latent anyway, is what provided the context. So in 1656, we find this middle image of the mihrab, the decorated mihrab, which appeared in 1656 in a place called Sinau, as you can see, far down into the Omani heartland. Now, that's about 250 kilometers or more from any of these coastal ports that used to be active at that time. So the two mihrabs, one, as you can see, partly then covered over, and the other one is still intact and has been recently refurbished. They provide also the evidence of not only decoration, but also Chinese porcelain, and later on certain Persian imitation porcelain inserts as well in the form of plates, bowls, and so on. So these two things I will talk about, the decoration and the porcelain bowl inserts. But before that, if I can just give you a distinctive idea of how Omani mosques differed from the mosques in Saudi Arabia, but also in the Gulf area. So the mosque, what I would call a kind of closed box kind of form, whereby as opposed to, as you can see on the top right, the Bahraini mosques, which are much more open, frontally accessed, as you can see also in the Saudi examples, the two sketches over there, which are frontally accessed, which I would call a Liwan type mosque, whereas this is a closed box. And it's often the case that you would enter from the Barra, you would enter the mosque prayer hall and then turn at an angle to face the mihrab. So these are sort of interesting things which go back to even Yemen in Sana'a. What you can see, a couple of examples from there where you have the exact kind of tradition. So it could be a kind of a typology that comes from an ancient South Arabian tradition than the North Arabian tradition, which is the Liwan one. So the one that I talked about, 1656, is not the first one that appears. In 1252 AD, we have the first decorated mihrab in Oman, in Saal, in Nizwa, in center, as you can see there. But also, little later, and I'll show you in a next slide, in Manah as well, which is farther south. And please note the location of Kalhat, which was one of the ports at that time under the Hormuzi rule. The decoration, as you can see here, is pretty well formed. It's very clearly accomplished. It is very well structured. And so it could be imagined that this was probably something that happened through the role of a very experienced craftsperson and who worked possibly in other locations as well. Now, if we go to Kalhat, as I was talking about, the Kalhat Mosque, which you can see the archaeological remains just near the shore, which was developed, which was around about the same time that it came up, around 1250s. And so it is quite a possibility that the craftsmen and the artisans who worked there also worked in this, because there is enough evidence to show that these two places were in contact with each other over various kinds of political maneuverings. And you can see a lot of the molds that you find in Kalhat, which are very similar to the ones that were used at that time in Nizwa as well. The mosque is, as I said, a Liwan type, which is very different from the other ones that we find in other locations. Now, fast forward 250 years, so from 1252 now to 1503, towards the end of 1503-4, we find another mihrab, which is in Manah, the location I showed you before, with a porcelain plate inserted into it. This is the first one, and that comes from 1503. And you see that that has got a strong connection with some of the wares that were in place at that time. Especially you see that through shipwrecks where large loads of those were actually found, like the Crescent one and the Phoenix in Flight. These are sort of typical examples. Now, these inserts actually came through a whole series of trading routes, as I was going to show here. You can see across from the eastern side into Manah and Nizwa, I've pointed out in the red ones, but also the white route, which is the Somail Gap, which is one of the main routes that went through the center. But these routes actually connected up with Kalhat and Tiwi and Kurayat and various other locations. Now, what happened with the porcelain bowls and the the growth of mihrab decoration in the 16th century is because of the confiscation of Nabahina Emirate property. Now, that Nabahina Emirate property, which was Sulaiman bin Sulaiman, whose property it was confiscated, his grandfather, Muzaffar, was actually in Qurayat and also had very strong trade relationships with Kalhat. So, and we know also that Turan Shah was helped, who was a Kalhati ruler, the Hormuzi ruler, who was helped by the Nabahinas, but also many other groups. And so as a repayment, gifts and repayments were actually initiated, and in form of money, but also in terms of goods. And that's really where some of the porcelain ended up in the central area. Another one in the 18th century, I show that, for example, that the current ruling Al-Busaid family, which comes from Adam down south, they moved through various locations like Mana, Nizwa, Barkat al-Mawz, Muscat, but also located themselves in Boshir. In Mana, in the middle image, you can see that they were in alliance with a particular tribal group called the Manadira, and they located themselves together. And as a result of that, what happened is that you see a settlement changing, reconfiguring. In Boshir, farther up, moving up, they also collaborated with one of the Falaj digging groups, which is Awamir, and they then set up two settlements, Fath al-Busaid, but also Saad, which the two together created the Al-Busaidi base there. So it was about not only just these trade routes became the transfer of artifacts, but also they were about transfer of people, creating new environments and so on. But also there was a transfer of architecture. For example, that in Fath al-Busaid that I was talking about, the fortlet, the castle type, is actually an emulation of some of the ones that were happening in Barkat al-Mawz previously in the 17th century, but during the Yariba Imamate. They emulated the plan forms, the typology, and then they translated that over. But also what is interesting is that in that process, not only that this in the 18th century material was traveling from the center to the coast, but also coastal elements were coming back. So this is a very interesting example of some of the Iberian, that is Spanish and Portuguese elements that had probably entered Oman through Muscat, then eventually found their place. I'm not elaborating on that in a great detail, but they found their place in the Al-Busaid houses. For example, on the left and top, you can see the Fath al-Busaid. On the middle, it's a Mana example of the same family, tribal family group, and in Nizwa on the right-hand side. These were these sort of particularly two-pronged ones. Could be found, example from in the bottom is from Ibiza, but also in the areas around Catalonia, there are a number of locations where such 13th and 14th century beam supports could be found. So it's a kind of a very interesting example of imbibation, but also transportation of these across those trade routes. Now, coming to the situation in Saudi Arabia, of course, there are a number of routes, as we well know, and I don't need to talk about that, but there were various routes from the Arabian Ocean area, but also from Damascus, Cairo, Basra, and Baghdad. They also, part of that revived pre-Islamic trade routes and so on, but also diverged from established routes, because it was important that they understood the carrying capacity of particular routes. So if a large number of pilgrims actually came to a location, it would actually really create problems for existing settlements. So they rerouted in certain cases to avoid disruption, but also rerouting because new infrastructure came available. Because, for example, in Basra route, the one that is a dotted line that you see there is actually through Kadima. And Kadima became defunct because new infrastructure came through on the main route along the Wadi, which enabled that route to take precedence, and then the Kadima route became defunct. So in terms of infrastructure, I think it's very important that early pilgrim infrastructure, which consisted of resting stations, for example, that a resting station like the ones I've shown you in the middle, there is from Rabada, where there are a whole series of resting stations and water wells and mosques were present. The idea was around courtyards, to have cells around courtyards, and then a central courtyard with courtyards on the side, but courtyards behind it, but normally entered from the north, and then having potentially a mosque to the east of that entrance area. And what is interesting is that also many of these new cells, for extension purposes, would actually go into the front end. So it is possible that it started from a core which is around about sort of the bottom end, 3, and then went up as it progressed and expanded gradually. But they also had other kinds of fortified centers. For example, in Syria, and this is the Damascus route coming into Saudi Arabia, where you have fortified mosques, almost Khan-like establishments, and with mosques in the middle and water systems in the middle. Also notice how very different types of mosques emerge, as you can see in Rawda on the right, on the bottom area. But as I was saying, that one of the key things about the infrastructure is not only just about resting places, but it's about provision of water. It's about making sure that the water provision was enough and adequate for it to function. So what we have here is on the right-hand side top, we have the examples from Kadima in what is now Kuwait. But as the water surrounding central water well, there were a whole series of cisterns which provided the water for the pilgrims. But on the other hand, as soon as water became less available in those locations, they began to disappear very, very quickly as as pilgrim stations. But water tanks had different forms and they had different types. So, for example, that you can see here, cistern types from rectangular to circular to much more elaborate during the Ottoman period. And you can see on the top example from Rabada, where you have not only large cisterns, but also smaller wells to support sub-areas of that. And you can see also the whole series of accommodation in the middle, which are marked by site A, B, D, and H. And then the final thing is also that with that, so with the water infrastructure, with the road infrastructure, with the way that the accommodation, the resting stations begin to take shape, there's also then the subsidiary economies around artifact making, because artifacts then become another, almost a kind of underlying infrastructure again of artifacts that supported the pilgrimage. And so there are glass-making factories that happen in Rabada, for example, for ceramics as well, but importation of, say, Iranian ceramic with its well-known tree of life motifs and so on, which proliferate in that area, beautifully decorated items, but also a lot of terracotta elements. But also in situ decoration begins to happen as well. So there is a kind of whole industry around crafts and trading that happens with pilgrimage in this case. So to conclude very quickly, what I was trying to show with the Omani trade routes and the importance of the link with the coast in the way that certain artifacts come in, but also they travel the distance, quite long distances, but also certain things then also go back to the coastal areas. And that aside, the artistic traditions or artifacts were transmitted, but also people are moving, settlements are being created. In the case of Saudi Arabia, what I was hoping to indicate is the importance of infrastructure. Sometimes infrastructure is less important in the case of Omanis. Sometimes the infrastructure is incredibly important in the case of where we have pilgrimage routes. But these are very, very different things. These are very, very different activities. So in order to understand trade routes and their relationships, we need to really think about the Arabian Peninsula as a whole, to understand the different kinds of activities that are happening, that used to happen, and how they came together and overlapped. Thank you very much. الكريم.
في مكان أخلي على
تفضل مشكورة.
Dr. البياضي, literature in Islamic arts, especially at Hayel University. The floor is yours. Miss Ahlam Shamiri, PhD research from agriculture study, and Miss Stephanie, PhD researcher from Durham Universities. Welcome you all here from all the researchers from this panel discussion. I'm so excited personally, and even the technology is something difficult, but I think it's rich information to hear from all the researcher or even to hear from research papers. In the heart of the Arabian Peninsula, there is something important to ensure the capabilities that we need to focus here in the Najd. We met in this
تزال خاصة في ذهن كل مواطن سعودي. دائما التحصينات والأمن هي دافع للاقتصاد والنماء والازدهار حتى تصل بنا إلى مثل هذه الأبحاث الرائعة جدا. أبدأ مع الأستاذة Stephanie. Stephanie does not speak Arabic, and she was like, you know what, I will read your body language. Once you say this, I know that I will start. So go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to the paper, which is going to be looking at forts in Central Arabia through trade. I'm Steph, and I'm currently a third-year PhD student at Durham University, and I'm going to be starting our paper, first going over the historical background of trade and fortification in Arabia, and then going to be looking at the early emergence of forts in Arabia to give some context before my co-author will go into more detail about the fortification she's studied as part of her PhD. See if this works. Yeah. Okay. So first, I do want to thank the seminar organizers for accepting our paper. This is my first time visiting Saudi Arabia, and I'm very excited for the opportunity to be here and to be able to speak to you all. So first of all, I just wanted to provide a little context for mine and Alam's paper, as my PhD research is looking at the Iron Age of Southeast Arabia, specifically around Rustak in Oman. And so it might seem a little odd for this seminar. However, as both Alam and I have spoken to each other as PhD students do, when we probably should be doing more writing, we definitely felt like that there was some connection and relevancy between what we were studying. And when you're discussing something like trade, what I find really beautiful about it is that a big part of it is looking at the connections, not just between regions, but between people. So we wanted to draw together our research to highlight how forts and trade intersect within the context of the Arabian Peninsula. So without going into a lot of detail, I wanted just to provide some historical background of trade in Arabia. So when talking about trade, kind of the biggest topic I feel like everyone talks about is the Bronze Age, and specifically how this trade connected the Arabian Peninsula to regions such as Egypt, the Levant, Mesopotamia, and South Asia. Now, I will say that I am currently in the process of writing my literature review, and so that's definitely influencing my presentation today, because I'm very conscious about I'm very conscious at the moment of how scholarship is choosing to frame trade and its developments. And I've found at the moment that the way it's been framed, or like the Arabian Peninsula is framed within the context of Bronze Age trade, is that it's in some ways marginalized, so that although the Arabian Peninsula is seen as a source of trade material, it's not being framed as necessarily as a participating actor in trade, but rather as a region to be exploited. The framing, though, of like the incense route, however, I find to be interesting, as it does start to shift how trade is discussed. And as you can see from the map here, some of the overland trade routes which connected Arabia internally. So with the strengthening of overland trade routes within the Arabian Peninsula, the region does start to become more of an actor participating in trade rather than just being an exploited region. Although Southeast Arabia, where I'm looking at, is very much a blank spot, the map doesn't have any trade routes going to it, I don't think that means it was completely outside the sphere of influence of overland trade. Although perhaps it's limited evidence, the presence of incense burners being excavated from early Iron Age contexts in Southeast Arabia indicates that, they have to be burning something for them to have incense burners, so the incense has to be getting there some way. And then you also have the small bit of the Southern Arabian script, which was discovered during the 90s. So there points to some level of connection, but I feel like with my current research where I am, that there's not a clear idea of exactly how these regions were being connected during the Iron Age. But as overland trade routes have strengthened, we do start to find that fortifications begin to emerge along them. So when discussing the emergence of forts in Arabia, it's important to reflect, I think, what we mean by the words fort and fortification. Because at least for me, when I hear them, whether intentional or not, a certain image is conjured in my mind of the function of the structure and possible indications of culture which constructed them. I think it's important to remember that when speaking of forts and fortification, that doesn't necessarily mean its primary function is defensive, that there's some enemy creating constant conflict. This is not to say, though, that the emergence of the structures isn't linked somehow to the protection of trade routes as they appear in proximity to them. Perhaps one of the most famous forts in Southeast Arabia is the Lisk Hill Fort, seen in the image here. I won't go into too much detail specifically about the fort, but it's enough to say that it is an early Iron Age hill fort connected to overland trade routes. The construction of this hill fort suggests that there was a recognition of the value of the goods which were being transported through the region. If something is being traded, it means, at least to one other person in the world, it's something of value. And if it's something of value, it means it's worth being stolen. I do think it's fair to say that the emergence of forts or fortification can be linked to the bureaucracy of trade as well as its defence. As trade routes emerge and cover larger distances, linking communities together, keeping track of the goods and people on them and how much is being transported becomes an important aspect of trade. Bureaucracy requires bureaucrats, and they need to have a base to work from. I would like, however, to take a moment to look at some specific fortifications within my area of research, the Rustak structures. So I'm specifically studying the Wadi in Rustak, Oman, in which, among a lot of other sites, are 5 specific structures. Now, the original preliminary reports said that they were possibly defensive, but even at that stage, it was more of a suggestion because, to be honest, they didn't really know what they could be. And even now, I have my theories, but currently they've just been called Iron Age isolated structures because it was felt that the word fort gave too many assumptions about their function. And the thing away from that word, it wouldn't unduly influence my interpretations of it. So just having a look here, I'll check I got the right way. The image on the left, there is from our friend QGIS, it shows the pottery scatter of the survey area. Focusing on the Wadi as it cuts through the mountains in Rustak. But you can see how... Is it working? Yeah. Across the Barton outwash plain to the coast is another concentration of pottery. And my current interpretation, it is something to do with trade. Is it working?
Yes, now working.
Yeah, now it's working. Okay. Move. Okay. But basically, yeah, the idea that I currently have is that trade is the reason for it, that people are living within the mountains, they're on the Wadi, and then they're trading with the coast and then opening up into wider context. And then you can see in the center image, this is the location of the structures, and they're found at the very end of the Wadi, right before it enters into the outwash plain. And when I first looked at the structures, it appeared to me that they were forming an X shape. I haven't really spoken to my supervisor about this. It is kind of my just idea that I looked at them and I went, hey, they create a nice X across the end of the Wadi. And although the plan of the structures is diverse, and aside from one, they don't appear to have towers, they all have thick outer walls and no evidence of internal structures, which suggests, at least to me, that they have a shared similar function. And although I haven't had a chance to visit them all yet, they do appear to be strategic in position because of their view sheds. So you can kind of see from, it's an image of just one of the structures that I selected, that last photo, and you can see that although it's on a little bit of a hillock in the middle of the Wadi, it's not really a defensible position. It's not like it's on top of a mountain. But what it is really good for is being able to see who and what is traveling up and down the Wadi. And that made me think that possibly these structures, rather than being forts in a defensive sense, that they're connected to the bureaucracy of the trade that's travelling along the Wadi. To what capacity, though, that was happening, and if there was any influence of ritual or religious function in them, is unknown at this stage. However, their positions appear to be intentional to watch the Wadi, to watch anyone and anything travelling up and down it. And just taking a moment to think back to the image from the previous slide showing trade routes within Arabia and how southeast Arabia is a little bit of a blank spot, you could say. This doesn't mean to me that the region is isolated, just as the Arabian Peninsula is not isolated from surrounding regions. The development of forts here is not unique nor special, nor would I argue different to how it is developed in the rest of the region. So now I turn to my co-author for her to continue our paper presentation and going into the specifics of some of the forts she has studied as part of her research and their connections to trade.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. مساء الخير جميعا. في البداية أشكر هيئة تطوير بوابة الدرعية على إتاحة الفرصة لي للمشاركة في هذا الملتقى القيم. اليوم سيأتي كجزء من دراستي الحالية لدرجة الدكتوراه، والتي تركز على أصل وتطور الحصون في الجزيرة العربية. وكيف ساهمت هذه الهياكل المعمارية في تشكيل شبكة متكاملة للتجارة والدفاع. طبعا الحصون في الجزيرة العربية تمثل جانب مهم من تاريخ المنطقة. الجزيرة العربية بشكل عام تضم عدد كبير جدا من الحصون، لكن المملكة العربية السعودية وحدها تضم ما لا يقل عن 150 حصن. وكما يتضح لكم على الخريطة أمامكم، قمت بجمع وحصر ما لا يقل عن 150 حصن في المملكة. هذه الخريطة تسلط الضوء على التوزيع الجغرافي لهذه الحصون، والتي تتوزع في مختلف أنحاء المملكة وتقع في مواقع استراتيجية متنوعة. وهذه الحصون تعود إلى فترات تاريخية وزمنية مختلفة، بعضها مدروس وموثق تاريخيا، ولكن لا يزال الكثير منها غير مؤرخ وغير مكتشف بالكامل. بالنسبة لوظيفة الحصون، هل كانت دائما دفاعية؟ وإذا كانت دفاعية، هل هي فقط دفاعية بحتة أم تخدم أغراض أخرى؟ طبعا حينما ننظر للحصون وخصائصها المعمارية ضمن المشهد الطبيعي ومن خلال تفاعلها مع البيئة المحيطة وعلاقتها مع المستوطنات، نجد أنها لم تكن دائما منشآت دفاعية بحتة وهياكل شيدت فقط لغرض الحماية والدفاع، بل الحصون لها وظائف وأدوار مختلفة، بعضها تتضمن الحماية والدفاع، لكن مثل حماية المستوطنات والمزارع، حماية مثلا السكان في حالات الحرب أو الخطر، أيضا ممكن حماية طرق الحج والتجارة وقوافل التجارة والمسافرين. لكن في المقابل هناك حصون بنيت لأغراض أخرى، أحيانا تكون تستخدم كمستودعات للتخزين، أحيانا تكون مراكز إدارية، بعض الحصون تكون مقر إقامة للحاكم أو شيخ القبيلة. أيضا هناك حصون تكون شيدت فقط لغرض إظهار القوة والثراء، وغالبا هذه الحصون تكون
all these forces from different foreign structure, but at the same time when you look to it in the site, we are seeing about the different things like its laws of the defense, the defense sector, but at the same time when you describe the forest and how it's related with the trade sector. We have different examples here to enhance the trade routes in the middle of the Arabian Peninsula. As you know, here I will focus only two main cities, Taima and Najd, and why they are important, especially in the pre-trade era. As you know, they are related between different things and materials in the Arabian Peninsula. But Taima, it's located in the north region, is related to the Tabuk region. It's something old, especially in the settlement, and it's famous in the strategic sites, and it's linked between different countries, like with Dimashq and Sham, and it's playing an important role, especially to exchange the goods. But at the same time, that in the northern area there is Radham Palace, which is the picture that refers to that place and many times. The forest has a specific and a strategic site that's related with Taima wall. And as you know, this wall, it's one of the greatest wall to enhance the Arabian Peninsula, and it will continue for maybe 10 kilometers in some specific parts. But when you're looking about the Radham Palace, we studied a lot about this Radham Palace, and it was documenting it. And at the same time, when we here there's a lot of historical texts that refer to the role of the Radham Palace as they are playing a vital role, especially in the defense purpose. And at the same time, it contains different stones inside it. the main structure of this palace, as take it as a great structure when you continue in the from different animals. As you know here, this the map is photography maps. It refers to different 3 dimensions pictures. We took different the length and the depth of this GBIS, and the goals from this step to review all the force depending from all the difficulties that it would face it in the past. And this model will provide the relationship between this place and how will relate it in the defense position. And it was built in the flat ground, but when you remove that lines, maybe everything will be changed. And for the Najd is specialized in the middle of the Arabian Peninsula. It has different trade routes. It's related with different eastern and western regions, and the main important things to exchange all the trade goods, and how it will refers the economic growth there. The example we have here different examples, like the picture that we take it from the drones. As you know, Mari Palace, it's located in the Majd, especially in the Prida and Al Qasim Al Asyah. As you know, it's agriculture region. It's famous from different characteristic and features. Al Asyah, it's known from different things, and now Al Qasim, it's famous from this city and from different era, even a pre-Islamic and post, and even after the Islamic era. It faced different challenging from the linking between Al-Basra and Al-Asyah, and how to link it from Medina to Mecca. And it's famous as the place of the Basra pilgrims, and how it will access from different roads, and at the same time how would take the trade routes as a main feature. As you know here, this is a video is took from the drone during my work in the field. The forest, it's located in Ain ibn Fahid in Al-Asyah, and it takes 2 kilometers from the Hajj road, and it go back from the 10th century or even to the 16th century. As you know, it's a square shape, and it's secured from different 3 main entrance. As you know, the length of that wall is something difficult to measure it, but at the same time, the materials of using or of building that wall, it depends on different materials that I couldn't remember it now. But this is, as you know, a picture of the detail building. It's a square shape, and it has maybe 4 towers inside it. As you know, here the Hajj roads, and it's linked between Al Basra road and Al Qasim, which is located in the Saudi Arabia. As you know, how we will focus in the force to enhance the trade, or even to enhance this force. Like, as you know, it provides different stability, especially in the water and even in the food, and Taima and Najd were helping the Saudi Arabia in that period. At the end, the force is not something related with the defense sector, but at the same time, it faced the previous years, and we can understand how the Arabian people built their trade routes, and at the same time we are exploring more about the secret why all these buildings were there to enhance the capability for that region. And now I will leave the space for different speakers to speak about how to enhance the Diriyah.
تغيير
ضغطة طويلة.
ها؟
طيب انتظار العرض الخاص بالدكتورة حصة بنت عبيد الشمري عضوية تدريس في قسم التاريخ والآثار بجامعة الأميرة نورة بنت عبد الرحمن. ما أعرف إذا هو جاهز الآن.
We don't know if the presentation is ready to present it. Peace and mercy and blessing be upon you. Welcome you all here, and in the beginning we will thank the Diriyah Development Authority to invite us to share our papers in the Diriyah Global Seminars, and we will thank all the parties and entities to organize all this event, and how we are ready to welcome you all in this stage. And our participants about the forest of the Diriyah and how to protect the Arabian Peninsula. In the beginning, I will speak about the forest of the Arabian Peninsula, and it has different urbanized centers in the pre-Islamic era. As you know, most of this urbanized building, it contains from different doors, wall, and there are different forests. But at the same time, we need to understand that it was the heart of the Arabian Peninsula, and as you know, Diriyah, it's aligning with this methodology in the middle of the 5th century. We have here a map in front of you about the road of trading and the Hajj road that reflects the road of the Diriyah and how it consists from different urbanized building, and which is the middle of the Arabian Peninsula. Now we will move how the Diriyah was established, and Bani Hanifa as a family. Bani Hanifa was lived there, and after that it was known as Al-Ard before. But as you know, after they be Muslims, they enhanced different things, and after that they moved from Arabian Peninsula, and from most of them they moved from the south, and some of them they are moved to the west. But once time they were coming back to that place. But at the same, Ibn Battuta he had moved to the 19th century. They were caring to establish all the cities and buildings, all the different building to be a first building. Well, this is something as a requirement to choose all the sites, especially in the Islamic era or Islamic cities, as Ahmad al-Hamadani said it here. He said, when we try to find all these and as you know, we have to be care about choosing all these sites and how we will take it as a strategic sites. The map that you see it here, it refers about how the Islam was spread and how we moved from different parts. And now we will move from Diriyah, and as you know, there is a quote from Al-Baladri from Umar ibn al-Khattab in Futuh al-Buldan. This quote, it's applying how to choose the the cities, and the Diriyah is the middle of the Wadi Hanifa, which is secured wadi, and it's the middle of that wadi. And as you know, that wadi, it covers from different twig mountains, and at the same time that we can consider that as a weakness point, but at the same time, when we speak with different speakers, Abdurrahman al-Sheikh, one of the family member from Abdurrahman Abdul Wahab was died for a long time. He said that Diriyah has different difficulties to couldn't protect it or secure it, which is something difficult to deal with it. As you know, the site of the Diriyah, and Diriyah is located in the north place in Saudi Arabia. We have a map. It was drawn by the French guy. He was died for a long time. It refers the place of the Wadi Hanifa and all the centers surrounded there and all the near cities. As you know, the position of the Diriyah and the heritage district here, we need to focus about the stability of the urbanization, and Diriyah was in the middle of the Khsayba, and Al-Mulaid is in the south, and as we have different main district like Taif and Khsayba, and also Tarafiyah district, which is the third district that was built, and Al-Khsayba was built for housing, and after that Ibn Dir and Al-Khsayba took that place for living, and the other district for agriculture purposes. But after we built the Saudi Arabia by Muhammad bin Saud, he decided to establish the Tarafiyah district, and after that we have other districts like Al-Qasireen and Sahel district, and even a place it consists from different districts together. One of the most important districts, which is the Taif, it's located in the Diriyah, and it's located in the mountain area, and you can find different public entities. And as you know, we have different districts like Libjeri district, which is the significant place, and it's next to the Taif district, but at the same time Libjeri is located in the western bank, and there's a crossroad among them. There's different districts like Al-Wahra, Al-Sahira, Al-Rubiya, Al-Huwaita, and among others. And after that, we saw different districts were there. And now we will move about the historical first for the first Saudi Arabia. As you know, that person was secured all the roads from different sides, and from his position was built different walls, and at the same time, and there's two so to benefit from this concept, but from Abdulaziz bin Muhammad, there is something amazing did there, like how to enhance all this first. But as you know, there is something important from Ibrahim Pasha to send it to him, but also Toson, they send it to Ibn Pasha, how the work were there here in Diriyah, and how the princess did a great job there. And even in the Al-Imam Abdullah ibn Saud era, he puts strong walls and how to manage the issues that was there between different Ibrahim Pasha and Muhammad bin Saud as a conflict. But after that, there's a building to build different structure to secure the position of that country. We have here in the picture that you see it, Tarafiya district and also Khsaiba, and there's a station here. But as you know, Diriyah sees different disruption to enhance it by different from different foreign people that they come to the Diriyah. And now we will be quick. We will go to the agricultural study to enhance the Diriyah, and one of the must studies there, and how we will focus from different walls and all these improvements related to the forest and wall. And Sheikh Abdul Rahman said is tall, and this is in the picture. You can see the towers of the Diriyah. Here you can find the Diriyah and how it will be very long. And as you know, there's a huge tower and even walls and forest related to a Diriyah, and it will pass that Agrewa grass, and at the same time after that it will go to a Rafaya place, and after that Samhan, which is located as independent wall and forest, and after that we will see Ghuzaiba and Astalmani farms, and until we'll move also to the Ghbeira grass and Lbheda grass, and also to all the Al-Auda villages, and after that we'll move to the Al-Eid Mosque, and after that we'll drop out to the mountain area, or even. And now we will go to the description of the forts and wall. As you know, the wall is something important as improvement in the Diriyah, and the improvement is something related to a Diriyah, and all of the Diriyah are related to the independent wall. As you know, the wall, when we put it, it depends on the position of the country and the position of the place, and that's why we need to put more towers, and most of the towers and even walls, it will be something huge and strength, especially and strong, especially related to the base of the wall, and there's different roads to deal with different soldiers. Here are huge models about the walls and or even the towers. As you know, towers, and after that there is a wall behind it, and there's a huge towers there, and as you know, that refers to something amazing. As you see in the left picture, it's a corridor for a walkway. All the soldiers will pass from that walkway to through all the military materials. But at the same time, it consists from 1 meter to 2 meters, or even it consists from stairs, and it's independent towers, and some time it will be dependent, that's related to the walls. I will conclude here, and Dr. Sami will continue about all the description of the forts and the wall. Thank you so much for an amazing presentation that you did it, and from the academic, prescriptive, and at the same time about the position of the Diriyah. But now we will go to the Mr. Sami, and the doctor maybe took maybe 17 minutes, but that's why you have a specific time, so be short. Thank you so much, Dr. Hassa. From all the Diriyah walls that consist from different kilometers, which is the longest wall in the Arabian Peninsula, but we wish from the Diriyah Authority Development Authority to discover more and to help us, especially in to document the Diriyah walls and forests. And we wish to find more materials to write the Diriyah in the historical way, and how to be realized the reality. We depending on the agricultural department, and with the Heritage Commission, we will thank their efforts for that, about what they are did to help us for all the researches, and one of them to take it as archive. And for the towers, as you said, it's something related to the open museum to present the towers in the defense position. It has different diverse, but at the same time the wall of the Diriyah, and even depends from the building and the construction that's related with different heights. And for that, as Muhammad Pasha, we are here to study different walls that was destroyed, and it's part from the middle of the Arabian Peninsula in this era. All the towers have a specific model to be as a military campaign, and we have different towers in Diriyah. It's named towers. At the same time, it takes different numbers, and the documenting the Diriyah to reach 96 numbers. As you see, the towers here will follow all the walls, and at the same time we are dealing from different connection there, but at the same time we need to focus about how to protect all these walls, and how we will understand the shape of the wall. Most of them square, triangle, circle, and most of them are depending from using different materials, like we are using it in the military environment to raise the tower to compact for any something wrong will happen in this district. As you know, the circle shape will be something important for this wall to be controlled. As you know, we have different numbers in all the towers, and it's aligning with the placing that are there. And as you know, here we have different materials of the military environment, and there is a specific named and technical named about different names that was in the middle of the Syria. But as you name, we are and we see different towers here. As you know, here from Diriyah, it's not something related to the walls, but also we see different prescriptive about the forest, and how we will relate it to the issue of the differentiate among the towers and forts and something related to different names that we need to revise ourselves in that. As you know, we need to focus here where there's different name in that. We have different things to understand and that's related to the reality. As you know, we are focusing in the security inside to the Diriyah, and as you know, we are focusing in the Diriyah itself. It's something related to the one fort, like one organization, like even with the all different walls and even forts that they are using it if they need it. But as you know, we have a great reputation about this city, and as you know, when there's a good reputation, it's something reflects something perfect to the city. And Diriyah and that Arabian Peninsula, it's something great, and all the trade people, they came to the Diriyah. And at the same time, in that time, there is something related to the weapons that we are using it in the different heritage museum. And about the time, and I only focus in different studies here. It was available in Diriyah. We have different weapons that we using it to protect the Diriyah and to raise that. And we have the high corridors, and also we have different buildings that will help us to secure the places. And at the same time, we have different characteristics and fields that related with the defense sector to protect the Diriyah. And at the same time, this is a place that's related to the towers, and all the towers are there and it's independent. As you know, we have the Turma and the Suqatat that we know from how many people they will come to that city. And we are using all these traditional concepts as a triangle and even circle shapes. And we have different unique characteristics. As you know, I will end here and conclude. I have only have a minute. We have to focus about the forts and their good reputation that left by the Diriyah as a city that all the trade people they come to the Saudi Arabia come to see and to come to the Diriyah. And we have different urbanization evidence as the Diriyah or even Diriyah bathrooms there. And thank you so much for each one of you, and thank you so much if I did something related. There is no sound, please. In the reality, we have to to open the floor for the questions. But as you know, when you focus on the towers and is Saskid something about the urbanization building and the social building that's related to the history. As you know, I'm working in national project that's related to the heritage, and one of the stories about Mizal, a place, why its name Mizal, because his wife was disagree about him, and at the same time there is no space in his house, and that's why he didn't bring all the people to stay in his home. But after that, when we focus about the towers and the palace, it refers to the rule of the trade and building and the role of the culture and social. And as my colleague said, if they caring about something to be lost it, maybe it's something related to build a wall and to protect all these cities. Thank you so much, Dr. Hassa bin Abaid al-Shammiri. At Princeton University, Dr. Sami Al-Bayadi, Assistant Professor at University of Ha'el, and we will thank Ms. Ahlam Al-Shammiri from Durham Universities, and we will thank Stephanie Blank, PhD researchers at Durham University. And now I will leave you as a break for 15 minutes, and after that we will go back to the lecture and how it's related to the role of the music. And now we have much time to take a break, and after that we will go back. Peace and mercy and blessing be upon you.
Bismillah, assalamu alaikum. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your coffee and ready for our next exciting session. Our next session is truly exciting, and I hope you're going to enjoy it as much as I know I will. Amid the expansive desert of Central Arabia, Bedouins wove their traditions into rhythmic expressions, transforming their way of life into a rich tapestry of music and performance. From their camels to the cadence of raids, these elements shaped lyrics, movements, and melodies that echoed across the region and beyond. The upcoming lecture, Camels, Expeditions and Pride, Najdi Bedouin Performance and its influence in the greater region, explores these enduring traditions and their influence on the musical heritage of the neighboring regions. It is my true honor to introduce Dr. Lisa Yurkevich, a distinguished scholar in Saudi music and heritage. Dr. Lisa has dedicated her career to exploring the rich and intricate cultural heritage of the kingdom and the wider region, with a particular focus on its music, performance, and oral traditions. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lisa to the stage as she shares her insights with us.
Thank you for that beautiful introduction. I think it's a little... Okay, okay. Good afternoon. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. It's lovely to see all of you. I want to say a special thank you to Dr. Siddiqui and the DGS team. They've been just marvelous, and I think anybody here who's worked with them, can't say enough good about them. So thank you to the DGS team, I think. Yeah, as she was saying, I first came to Saudi Arabia in 1994. That's when I started to study Saudi music. I lived here 1994 to 1998. And then I was in Kuwait for 20 years. I was a professor at university, and I taught Saudi and Kuwaiti and Gulf music. And then came back here throughout the years and lived here off and on. Different things happen. So it's my passion. I'm really excited about it. And I think this is a wonderful topic. So when I saw the topic of this conference, trade and tradition, crossroads, the first thing I thought about is how did Najdi culture influence all these neighboring cultures? What a fantastic impact the Najd has had on all these other regions. And I really wanted to explore that a little bit. I'm going to talk kind of about two big concepts. One is a stereotypical or generalization about characteristics of performing arts in the Najd. And this is a short talk, so I'm going to make these generalizations. So you might say to me afterwards, well, my tribe doesn't do that, or my clan doesn't do that. And I would agree with you. I'm just, because I don't have a whole lot of time, I can't go into every little detail. So, but there's such diverse people here, I want to give a general background. And then after that, we'll talk about how these traditions traveled into other regions. So the Najd, a vast plateau that stretches from Ha'il in the north to beyond Wadi Dawasir in the south, and then from the Hijaz Mountains in the west to the Gulf states in the east. Throughout history, there have been frequent droughts and famines which forced whole tribes and settlements to migrate north and east. So the Najd is this big plateau. It's the light green part. And the dark green are oases. Those are areas with water. So before oil wealth, those were really wealthy areas. And it's dominated by Bedouin tribes. And there are a lot of periods where there was terrible famine and drought. And people moved to the Gulf states. Also, the Gulf states, when they became more wealthy and involved with trade, there were job opportunities. So Najdis moved to the Gulf states. You'll notice that Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar, the ruling families of Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar come from the Najd. So that's going to have a big impact on those cultures. And big families, I'm not going to name names, but big families in Kuwait, their ancestors come from the Nejd. So the Nejdi impact is huge for hundreds of years. In this area, you have Bedu and Hadr. Historically, Bedouin have dominated, but since time immemorial, Hadr communities, that's groups of sedentary farmers, craftspeople, and merchants, have lived alongside the Bedouin. Bedu and Hadr are juxtaposed in Arabic literature, even in pre-Islamic literature. Frequently, they were somewhat pitted against each other, and you hear these stereotypes old, hundreds of years. Hadr are settled people, agricultural people, are spoiled. They're weak, they're cowardly. Bedouin live a harder existence. They're strong, they're brave. And then there's stereotypes back and forth. I won't get into all of them. Regardless, the two groups did not live in isolation from each other. Settled people. The reason I'm mentioning Bedu and Hadr is because their music is different. If you identify as Bedouin, you have different type of music than if you identify as Hadr. And in Kuwait, there's another category called Grui, or that's the Kuwaiti dialect, Garawi, or whatever you'd say, for villagers. So you kind of have these three categories of music: Hadr, villagers, and Bedouin. And you have it here, and it depends on where you're sitting, how you view the other music. So in Kuwait, village music is very similar to Bedouin music, more so than Hadr music. But that's how you identify will impact the music or the rituals you have at your wedding or things like this. Settled people, when the Nejd, we're back in the Nejd, relied on Bedouins for protection. Bedouin would interact with townspeople for many needs, like when their own medical treatments failed, or if they wanted to supplement their diet. The lines between Bedu and Hadr are not always clear because the vast majority of settled people in the Nejd and a great deal in the Gulf states claim Bedouin origin. Although it took place gradually, the shift from pastoralism to agricultural or urban life was a continuing process. Bedouin moved to fixed centers, mingled with a wider variety of peoples, developed sedentary habits. They became settled people. But regardless, they were always very proud of their tribal affiliation. Settled people were always proud of their Bedouin roots. So we're going to go here. It was a hard life. Okay, we go back 200 years. It was very difficult. There was a never-ending struggle for bare necessities. There were extreme fluctuations in rainfall. Food and water were scarce, and there was a constant fear of famine. Some Bedouin clans, 50% of their children died. That was 50% child mortality. A woman gave birth to 14 children, 7 would die. Really hard. Some groups, some communities would wear big leather belts underneath their clothes. And so when the pain from the hunger became too bad, they would just pull it another notch. And when the kid goes, "Mommy, I'm so hungry," just pull your belt another notch because there was no food. Very difficult life. It was dangerous. In the summer, when there was a shortage of water, people had to live near wells, and the young men had to take the camels out far away in order to graze. And they were alone out there with just, these camels, and they could come under constant attack. And the picture on the left, that's a Bedouin visiting the missionary hospital in Kuwait. And like I said, they would interact with Hadr during certain times. And normally they wore 9 braids in their hair. This is just a fun fact. 2 in the front, 6 around the back, and 1 down the middle. If you are Northern Bedouin, like, I don't want to name the tribe. But anyway, so when they would come into town, they would plug their noses because they believed that sweet smells prohibited your wounds from healing. He has a broken arm. I don't know if you can see, it's in a sling. And he's stuffing his nose so he doesn't, because other people smell sweet, and you don't smell that because your wounds won't heal. You'll become, weak. So this is why he's doing that. So, but it was a hard life. So in this environment, what is valued? Well, let me go back. Number 1, camels. Camel was crucial for survival of the Nejdi Bedouin. In the harsh desert, the camel was the gift of God. A camel's milk was the staple of a Bedouin diet. Its syrupy urine was drunk for its healing properties or rubbed on wounds. Its droppings provided fire and cooking fuel, and its undercoat was used to weave ropes, bags, clothes, The honor of the tribe was measured by the number of its herds, which provided substantial income to Bedouin when they would go up to Damascus and sell them. In this harsh, difficult environment, it's no wonder the word for beautiful in Arabic derives from or is directly connected to the word for camel. I can't stress how remarkable that is. Beautiful, the language all Arab speakers use, beautiful, is tied to camel. When you look out, what's the most beautiful thing in my environment? It's this animal that keeps me alive, that keeps my family, gives us sustenance. So this animal is going to influence you and influence your lives. Certain things are going to influence that. The Nejd, where we're standing right now, is the mother of all camels. 1815, Burckhardt called the Nejd the mother of all camels. And here that word beautiful is tied to this animal. So that really tells you a lot about these cultures, this old culture. Okay, so you value camels and ghazawat, expeditions. So somebody comes, they steal your camels, you have to go back into their encampment and take them back. And Bedouin tribes viewed this you didn't fight to the death, you did it like for sport. So when you would go in, you wouldn't attack women or children, sleeping people, old people, sick people. They're fine. You would just attack the other men and try to get your camels back. They knew these were the rules of war, and the Europeans learned, right, about chivalry and how to behave during war from these experiences with people here. So this is really important, this expedition. And poems, if you live in a culture, I don't have a piano, I don't have a paintbrush, how can I be creative? How can my mind? Nobody can take away my words, my mind. You know, there's 255 words for camel because a good poet will take his time and pick just the right word and be very creative. And then that poem is a creative outlet. It also carries history because there's a lot of history in poems. And then they're gifts. And don't forget, all poems were sung because you remember words much better when you sing them. So these are songs. And then you could give somebody a gift as a song. This is a poem that was given to a young warrior. O valiant emir, who's not afraid to graze herds in the spots of danger, you're the protector of the oppressed people who seek refuge in you. And some communities, when you got married, your mother would write a poem for you. And that was a poem you carried for your whole life. And it was beautiful words that she wrote about you. It was the most lovely gift because you don't want material goods. It could break, you could lose them. But a poem, forever you'll have it. Oh, and the important thing about the poem was you had madih, praising. I'm going to praise you in it. That's very important to the culture. Whether you're praising your tribe, your group, whatever, praising is important. Out of all this comes a sense of competition. Because if I'm involved with expeditions with other tribes, if I've scarce resources, I'm writing poems that praise people. Well, if I'm praising my tribe, you're praising your tribe, so we're competing. Who's better, my tribe or your tribe? So this generates this sense of competition. And then all of this ends up manifested, represented in the music. So competition first, when you see folk arts, Nejdi folk arts, you'll get two lines of people facing each other. And this line wants to beat that line. I want to do better than you. I want to perform better than you. The performers that are in the middle of the line are better than the ones on the ends. I want to one day get to the middle. Even women dance alone. But when they dress for a wedding, they look beautiful. Tonight I do battle. I look great. And I'm going to take on those other women. And it's not a dance floor, it's a le'eb. I mean, you play. You don't dance, you play. I compete, like sport. So this is built into the arts that we're going to see. All these musical arts you're going to see in the Nejd have this group arts, not solo arts, but group arts have this sense of competition. So let's just take a look at Arda Nejdiyah. Arda Nejdiyah is called Tarath. Historically, it's Tarath. Arda and Samri, they're heritage arts, and they're really special. They're not like anything else. They have a 6-beat pattern. Let's see if I can go through it. And they use these drums, the tathlith on the left and the takmir. Tathlith from the word thalatha, 3. It plays a 6-beat pattern. Anytime you have music with 3s or 6, it's more formal, it's refined, it's dignified, it's got a smoothness to it. In Europe, the waltz, you dance to a waltz, it's in 3/4 time. Arda, Samri Thakil, these are Tarath musics, and they play this 6-beat pattern. So I have to get the video to play. One drum, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Well, they're not going to have as many back in the golf, they're not going to have. Okay, so you see this beautiful, it's spectacle, Arda Nejdiya. You wear dagla clothing, you have the long sleeves coming out, the cross belts, swords, the drums have tassels. So it's very beautiful and ornate and spectacle. It's a spectacle. Now, when the Nejdis moved to the Gulf states, it changed. This is, in fact, a point of acculturation. You love your culture. You want to take it with you. When you've ever been to the hotel in London, you hear Muhammad Abdu down the hall and people are burning Bakur, right? I mean, love it. You take your culture with you. But it modifies. It modifies because of the environment you're in. And so when these Nejdis move to the Gulf states, to Kuwait or Bahrain or other Gulf states, Arda becomes modified. This is called Arda Bariya. It's a land Arda, and they use a different drum. You'll see this drum in the right, it's called Unsayfi in Kuwait, or Nasifi. And this is King Abdulaziz in 1937. He's playing that same drum, his band. So it's actually a really old style of tathlith. It's an old style of that drum that plays 3. But when it went to Kuwait, they never modified it and put it on a stick and added all these tassels. They kept it in its old way. So this is Arda. It's going to not look as spectacular, but it's just as meaningful. This is Arda Bariya, in Kuwait. Let's watch a little. Okay, we have men in the back lines, just like Arda Nejdiya. They go up like this. This is a riding motion, right? Your camel, and camel's called the ship of the desert because it rocks back and forth. So you've got this physical movement of that. You have pride, whether it's Kuwaiti or Nejdi, you've got this pride, this Madi, we love our country, we love our tribe. You have competition. There were 2 lines of men. You have all these things, but you don't have swords to the extent. Kuwait is a merchant, was founded by the merchant class. They're businessmen, so they don't have as many. In the 60s and 70s, you would see swords in their Arda, but in more current times, you don't. So this is called Arda Bariya, land Arda in Kuwait. And you have to call it land Arda because the sea, and people along the Gulf, the sea dominates their culture. So there's tons of sea musicians because all the pearl diving boats had professional musicians. So there's Arda for the sea too. So they want to designate, hey, this is land Arda in Kuwait. Sea bands use different instruments. They'll use this tabal bahri, the drum on your left, and then they'll also use the itar, this frame drum. The frame drum is like a frame, right? It's just like it only has skin on one side. The tathleeth, the old traditional tathleeth, has skin on both sides. So that's called a tabl. This one is called a tar. A frame drum will only have skin on one side, like a picture frame. Now, this is a famous type of artha you find in the Gulf states, artha amiria, and it uses this instrument. It's a C artha, but they add this little ching-ching instrument called twisat or tusat. C people, Gulf people, love this ching-ching sound. It's an idiophonic sound, and they add it to a lot of music. So this is a Bahraini artha amiria. Qatar royal family comes from the Nejd, love artha. It'll look a little like Nejdi artha. You have the dagla, you got the cross swords, you have swords, but they are also on the sea, and they're really famous musicians or really skilled musicians are sea musicians, so they're unusual. This artha is a grand artha held on the beach near the sea. The musicians are sea musicians, but they have they have cashmere shmug. And then the men performing are doing more traditional movements. So there's 6 beat. No matter where it is, it still has great meaning. It's heritage. That group, Al-Adamar, has been around for 150 years. Whether they're doing identical Nejdi artha or their own acculturated version, it's heritage. The old rule about heritage was it had to be 50 years old. That means it survived several generations, and you want to teach it into the future. So these are 100% heritage arts for these cultures, for these regions. This is things they want their children to learn, things to go on. Okay, what about women? What about women's music? So in Kuwait, the most famous Sefa is a song called Habasad, Happiness is Coming. And it's got this unusual rhythm. And it's performed for a woman's Sefa, like when she's getting married, she's wearing her gown and she's coming down the aisle. And it's got this 6-beat rhythm. And when I'd ask people, what is that? They'd say, Nadi. What is that iqra, rhythmic mode? Nadi. And don't forget, 6 is elegant and beautiful, and anything in 6 or 3s is refined, so it's great for a wedding. And Kuwaitis turn their J's into Y's, so it's Nejdi. The name of the rhythm is Nejdi for this. Now, I'm not going to be able to stop and go back, so I want to teach you this rhythm, and I want you to clap along with me to do it. Okay, so have a set, it's 6 beats. Now, when you drum, you have a low sound called doom and a high sound called tek. Tek is higher pitch than doom. the faster something vibrates, the higher the pitch. So little kids have high vocal cords because they're short and they go fast. The men have deep voice. So the lower your drum is in the middle and the higher part is on the rim. So it's 6 beats. You see on the left, doom, 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 tack, tack, S. And S means be quiet. So we're going to go doom, 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 tack, tack, shh, doom. But you don't have drums, so what are we going to do? So you're going to take your hands, okay, this is your doom, 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 tack, 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 flip it upside. It's a higher pitch. Doom, 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 tack, tack, shh, doom, doom, doom. Okay, good. Here we go. It's a little intro. I didn't know I couldn't sing. Where did that come from? The only rhythm we have that's similar, that survives, would be Samri and Neza. Samri means it's love, so it's okay, make love. But don't look what they're doing. What they're doing is nothing like a woman's wedding zephyr. This is in Qasim, up near Qasim, and this is beautiful. They rock their bodies in motion, they do all these things, but their rhythm is harder. Look at this, guys. Doom, tech, doom, S, tech, S. Ready for that one? Doom, tech, doom, sh, tech, sh. Doom, tech, doom, sh, tech, sh. Doom, tech, doom, sh, tech. Doom, tech, doom, tech. Let's try it. You're not as enthusiastic. Beautiful, beautiful. I don't have anything else to say, but this heritage is so important. I hope it survives. It has meaning. It's passed down. It's not just an aesthetic. It's not, oh, I like that sound, let me add it with a hip hop song or something. It has deep, deep, deep meaning. And in Kuwait, they call it fana sil. If you're at a wedding and one of these songs come on, grandma will smack you and say, pay attention. That's fana sil. You treat this with respect, these songs. And so I hope it continues, because Saudi Arabia is an important country. I hope it continues to grow and flourish and is taught. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful art. And thank you very much. Hi. Thank
you for an incredibly thought-provoking talk. We always think about like academic theory
empirical research within like a library, within our, academic offices, but it's so refreshing and fascinating to see it in the real world and to see what it looks like. Thank you so much for giving us that experience. Thank you. We will enjoy a 1-hour lunch break and we'll reconvene in 1 hour. Thank you so much.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall.
Un service de traduction simultanée de l'anglais vers le français et de l'arabe vers le français est disponible.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting now.
كيف؟ تسلم يا حبيبي الله يطول عمرك.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch. Let's dive back into our program with our next exciting session, where we will continue to explore fascinating insights and discussions. The historic markets of Diriyah and Central Arabia were more than commercial hubs. They were cultural crossroads where global and local trade flourished, shaping the region's economy and heritage for centuries. Today's panel, hosted by Sefgheba, French Research Center for Arabian Peninsula is titled Globalizing Markets of Diriyah and Central Arabia, and will explore the evolution of these markets as economic institutions and cultural spaces, shedding light on their impact on trade and their global connections throughout history. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Mansour Al-Sharida, Assistant Professor of History at King Saud University, to moderate this insightful panel discussion. Dr. Mansour will introduce our esteemed panelists, each of whom brings unique perspectives and expertise to the discussion. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Mansour Al-Sharida to the stage.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. I think this topic that we will be discussed by three outstanding speakers will be very fascinating and profitable for all of you. We will discuss today globalizing markets of Diriyah and Central Arabia throughout history. Our three speakers are Jeremy Chetiquet, full-time researcher at the French National Center for Scientific Research in Paris, editor-in-chief of Arabian archaeology and epigraphy. He specializes in the history of population and evolution of the settlement pattern in the Arabian Peninsula and the Horn of Africa, from the Bronze Age to the beginning of Islam, with particular interest in the political and cultural mapping of ancient Arabia. He has explored many archaeological sites in Saudi Arabia, Najran, Al-Kharj, and Medina, and the Peninsula. He is an associated researcher at the French Center of Research and the Arabian Peninsula. Our second speaker is Stephen McPhillips. He is an archaeologist working in the landscape and the rural world in the Islamic periods. He is working for the Khyber Archaeological Project in Paris. He is an associated researcher at the French Center of Research and in the Arabian Peninsula. He has directed with Paul Wordsworth the book Landscapes of the Islamic World, Archaeology, History, and Ethnography, published by University of Pennsylvania Press in Philadelphia in 2016. Our third speaker is Philippe Petriet. He is an assistant professor at Paris 1 Pantheon Sorbonne and specializes in the modern and economic history of the Arabian Peninsula. He is an associated researcher at the French Center of Research in the Arabian Peninsula. His last book is The Last Caravan, the history of the caravans and the camels market in the Middle East between the 1850s and 1950s. It will be published by Cambridge University Press this year. Congratulations, Philip, for this outstanding publication. Actually, the theme will be discussed by our three speakers. If you welcome them, please. This session will be a kind of discussion, not given just a paper and spend a lot of time discussing one by one. So feel free, please, if you want to interrupt and just ask for a question or any comments. We will go with three main questions we will be discussing with our three colleagues. First question actually gonna be how to approach markets in the history of pre-Islamic, Islamic, and modern Arabia. We will be started with Jeremy for answering this question, please.
Yes,
Thank you, Dr. Mansour, for your very kind introduction. Yeah, I got a PowerPoint slideshow, so after Mansour told you, we will deal with 3 different questions successively and answer this question one by one before moving to the second one. So the first one is how to approach market, as far as I'm concerned, in the history of pre-Islamic Arabia, which is the view of an archaeologist, and that's something quite tricky because we don't have many visible for markets. So we have basically 2 ways to look at markets. The first one is looking at what's on offer. What does the region have to offer? What are its natural resources? What are the local craft industries? And also when were these resources exploited? So the first way, looking at the offer, and the second way is to look at the material expression of the trade, of the commercialization. So this is what I want to discuss quickly with some slides before we move on. So let's start with the offer. If we look at the Arabian Peninsula, there are some resources which are easily visible because we have material traces on the field during excavations. For example, copper in Oman, gold and silver in Saudi Arabia and the Najd and Hejaz, and then you can see the mining sites, the metallurgical areas for process the copper ore, etc. So we can find material evidence for that. We also have textual evidence for that. So if we look at these main resources, there are basically 4 big categories: copper in the mountains of Oman and the United Arab Emirates today. There are dates from Dilmun, which is well known. There is aromatics from South Arabia, frankincense, myrrh, and then there is gold and silver for Hejaz and the Najd. So these are the very visible resources. And if I want to take just one quick example, copper. In the mountains of Oman, there are a lot of mining sites which have been exploited in different periods of time. So it's possible to see how the copper was extracted from the ground, how it was transformed. The ideology connected to that, there were temples, snakes, figurines associated to metallurgical practices. So there are a lot of things connected to this copper extraction. And then if you look at written sources in Mesopotamia, in cuneiform sources, there are a lot of mentions of this import from this region, which was called Magan in the 3rd millennium BC. And then it's possible to look at the temporality, the periods of that market. So for copper, it's not a permanent activity. There are some peaks and then a kind of abandonment of the metallurgical practice before it resumed. So we can see some peaks in the 3rd millennium BC, in the 1st millennium BC, and then in late antiquity and early Islamic period. And this is by crossing data, then we can see what could have been the markets depending on these resources. There are also other resources which are less easily visible. Leather, textile, for example, because we don't have any craft workshop clearly identified. There are very few textual mentions for these, so it's very difficult to see these other activities, but they existed as well. Now, the second way, as I mentioned, is the material expression of their commercialization. And I will show you some examples of this material expression. In Mine, Yemen, there is a stele with names written on that. These names are a trader from the kingdom of Mine, South Arabia, today Yemen, who decided to marry her spouse chosen in a trading partner city. So on that list, we have the list of all the trading partners of Ma'in, which are the region of Gaza, mostly, of Egypt, of Greece, of Sidon, of Ammon, of Moab, of Kedar, etc., etc. So it's possible to the network of trading partners for the Minean merchants trading frankincense. If we move on, it's not only possible to see the trading networks, but also the trading posts. Look at Qaryat el-Faw. It's a major archaeological site of Central Arabia. It has been registered on the World Heritage List of UNESCO this year. And on that very site, in the middle of the residential area, there is a small temple. This temple was built by people from Ma'in trading frankincense to the Gulf and using the benefit of that trade by building a small temple in the city of Qaryat el-Faw. It's also possible to see the maritime trading network, for example, in a cave in the island of Socotra in the Gulf of Aden. There is a concentration of inscriptions, Aksumite inscriptions by people from Ethiopia, Indian inscriptions, Brahmi inscriptions, people from India, a Palmyrenian inscription here on this wooden tablet from a sailor coming from Palmyra. So again, it's possible by these kind of discoveries to assess the shape of these trading networks. Just one last slide before leaving the floor to my colleague. This is the market square in Tamna, the capital city of the Kingdom of Kataban, South Arabia. This is an open space area with an obelisk in the middle, written in South Arabian. And this inscription is the regulation of trading activities in that market square, really controlled by the power, with taxation by the power, etc. So this is the way how we can approach markets for the pre-Islamic period, basically. So I leave the floor to Stephen for moving on the next period.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and Sefer also for including me in this. So I will talk about some of the questions from the perspective of one archaeological project, in fact, in the Khaybar Oasis in the northern Hijaz, which you can see here, the area we've been working on the right, with some aerial views. I apologize, I don't have a lot of images today because this is a new work which is in the process of being published, but I'm happy to show images afterwards if anybody's got specific questions. I should point out this is a project run between the CNRS, the French National Research Council, and the Royal Commission for Alula, and Afalula, which is the French agency for the development of Afalula. So it's quite a difficult, in some ways, to talk about markets, and I should admit to my colleagues that I don't have any markets in a physical sense. So thinking about how to approach markets from the perspective of the archaeology we have documented here, we have to come at it through other ways. So we can look at some texts, which is not what we've been doing, but look at material culture, connections, resources, some of the same things that Jeremy has been talking about. I should point out that this project is it's been running for 3 years, and we have quite a lot of information over a very large area, 56 square kilometers, but it's not fine-tuned information, it's a sort of big picture. So it's kind of on that level that I can maybe try and talk. It's a very important oasis in the Hijaz because of the amount of water primarily here, but also with thinking about other resources, the date in particular, which I know are not just in Khaybar, but these days are quite good apparently. Hamdani in the 10th century talks about them being almost as good as the dates from Najran, so there you go. We also have mining resources in this region in the early Islamic period, which some of that's been documented a lot recently by an Australian project. So we're getting more towards tangible remains of these resources for the region. But how do I go about then talking about the market? Well, primarily from this project anyway, through material culture. And we've been also working, we've had the chance to work in this wonderful place, but to find new ways of working here using carbon-14 dating to build up a picture of change through time. And specifically in my work in the Islamic periods, it's part of a larger project which looks at all the human and natural history in the landscape over a larger view. So this is one small part of a very large amount of work. So in terms of textual resources, we know that there was an important market in Khaybar in the early before the Islamic period in Nata. But, and then again, we see one physically in the 19th century, and you can see one of the 19th century towns on the bottom left. So here we have markets which were very important in the wider region until the 1950s, 60s, so a very long history. In between, we can't see the markets, but we can talk about different things. And in terms of approaches, why is it so difficult to see a market? Well, one of the reasons here is that we're really building archaeology up from the ground. So, for example, pottery, which we love because it tells us lots about connections and local production, primarily is made here. And we have very good evidence for that for the 5th, 6th, 7th centuries. And we see virtually no pottery from outside the oasis. So unless you know about this local stuff and can date it in context, the image is a bit in the dark. But what we do see, as in many other sites in the northern Hijaz and elsewhere, from the 8th century, particularly the 9th century, is an enormous increase in pottery imports from lots of different regions. Where we know where they're from basically relates to other archaeological evidence. So we know from Iraq, Egypt, the Levant, Balad al-Sham, some other places in Arabia and further afield. So we see this on many sites, and we see major new economic investment, if I can use that word, in the oasis from the early Islamic period, already from the 7th century, so soon after the conquest of Khaybar in 628 Gregorian, the construction of very large dams. So making new ways of exploiting the water resources in the oasis, presumably for agricultural activities. So this is something it's perhaps already surprising to see that in the 7th century, so early in the Islamic period, but it's showing us the importance of this in the Khaybar. Yeah, that's sort of my response to how to approach the market. I avoided the question, so pass to my colleague.
When it comes to the modern period, of course, we don't face the same problems as for the markets. Like, I mean, I'm speaking here about the market as a physical infrastructure when demand meets the offer. We'll skip to the other meaning of market with the second question. We actually have many documents about that. More specifically during the Saudi period, between Central Najd and the first Saudi state and the second one, King Faisal, reintroduced the Muhtasib's rule, and we have court records, and the notables, which were traders as well, actually produce a amount of documents and correspondence, of course. I would like here to argue that there was another market which used to happen far away from the cities, which was the rural. And these markets were not physical structures, but more like kind of fairs with the tribes, as the caravans were passing through the settlements of the Bedouins and the nomads. And they used to settle for a specific amount of time, 1 week, 2 weeks, or even a month, fairs in the desert or in the steppe, al-Filber, and used to sell and buy produce from the Bedouin and the nomads, which of course happened far away from the city and so far away from the urban gaze. And that's why these specific markets are not very well documented, and Mansour knows that better than I. The main challenge for the historians in the modern period is to approach these rural markets, which were essential for the economic city of Diriyah and all of the cities in Central Arabia. Most of all because these were the market where we could procure some camels from the Bedouin, of course, and exchange your own urban commodities with the Bedouin who really happen to come to the cities to sell their own products, contrary to what we could expect from them. And so I love this picture because it was shot by the captain. Okay, this picture has been shot by Captain William Shakespeare, who, as you may know, or as many of you may know, died during the conquest of King Abdelaziz, and he shot this picture some months before being killed in the battle during the Saudi troops and the Al-Rashid, close to Breda, and we can see this caravan from very far away, and in a way, this picture is echoing the difficulty to approach the history of the rural markets and the caravans. Although, Breda was one of the main caravan and economic cities of Central Arabia in the late 19th century.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think we have now an idea of how to approach the markets in history, especially the history of Central Arabia since the ancient time to modern times. And we have seen, I find it interesting that how the same roads, the same centers, the same markets since the ancient history to the pre-oil modern history, almost the same. When you see the roads from the south to the north, it's almost the same. The valley of Hanifa or the region of Diriyah or the region of Riyadh, which is called in the old history Hajar al-Yamama, is the same. The same roads that were taken in the caravans in the pre-oil modern history. We will move now to the second questions, which is there a regional market in Arabia? To who would like to point?
And start, yeah. Well, it has already partly explained by Stephen that it's very difficult to identify the very places where markets happen. It's mostly open air areas with no built structures or lightly built structures, and archaeologically at least, it leaves no physical traces or very few tiny traces, which means that except when we have some specific texts explaining the function of an open air area, it's impossible to assess, okay, that was a marketplace attracting people from long distant areas. So we have this example of Tamna, this marketplace with this obelisk in the middle explaining the regulation of that square, but this is a single case. So since there's virtually no buildings with a commercial function, it's difficult to identify this, how, the economic trade was performed in this region. And my assumption is that it's mostly based on off-sites or off-structures activities, open-air activities, fairs, markets. Now, it's not because it's impossible to clearly identify the spaces for this activity, at least for the pre-Islamic period, that we cannot make some guesses. And these guesses, this is what was mentioned in Khaybar. It's just by looking at the material we have on a specific site. So just, I'll take one significant example. Qaryat al-Faw. Qaryat al-Faw is a small settlement, quite isolated. There is no major settlement in a radius of 200 kilometers. But if we look at what's on this side, there are a lot of imported materials from long-distant regions. There is Nabatean potteries coming from southern Jordan, northwest Arabia. There is South Arabian potteries. There are thousands of jars which were produced in South Arabia and used for transporting goods on camels. And there is a hill on the site, we call that Pottery Hill, which is just a heap of these broken jars used for that trade. There are glass vessels imported from Egypt, statuettes coming from Mediterranean. So you can clearly see through the material culture that a specific area was a hub for trading activities. So even if we don't have specifically identified the place for, the physical place for this activity, it's quite possible to at least identify the nodes in the network where these exchanges happened in the past. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to go back to the image, if I may. So I think thinking more precisely about regional markets, following from what Jeremy's already talked about, the different types of objects we find at sites, which may be imported through trade or through the Hajj in the cases of where we are here. We can see many objects that survive in the archaeological record on the surface of sites, so particularly pottery, as I've mentioned. We have a very local production in Khaybar. It's probably amongst the ugliest pottery you've ever seen. It's fired at 200-300 degrees only, but it's very much for a very local diffusion, perhaps. But we see much of glass and imported glazewares and things like that. So this is difficult for us to be more precise about how it's whether it's being traded as an object in its own right or containing something. But then we see, of course, perishables, as you mentioned, so objects that don't survive. But in the case of Khaybar, we have a particular phenomenon, which perhaps people here in the audience, I hope, have some comment on, which is relates to the date production in Khaybar, and it actually leaves an archaeological record of some importance. You can see in the top left image, this is part of the Harad Khaybar next to the oasis. So you can see some palm trees, date palms below it. And these are walled structures called locally mirbad or marabid. And they cover, my colleagues from earlier periods hate me because a lot of the archaeology has been transformed into these over 1.5 square kilometers of the oasis of Khaybar. And these are, we found out through working with our local colleague Saif al-Shalali, and we found some people who still remembered their use in the oasis. These are installations for Bedouin tribe people to coming into the oasis during the fair, the annual fair, which took place concurrent with the date harvest, or just after the date harvest, so September, around this time. And they are units covering, you can see there's no scale there, but it's several hundred meters across of installations for pressing dates, to making a mudabbas, of actually to press dates which are into a paste which was carried in baskets. We don't have the baskets, but some of these we do actually have in an ethnographic museum, so they were still survive. And in Khaybar and in other oases in the Harad Khaybar, so Hayt, Huwait, these divisions are very important because the tribes, the pastoral community lived in these spaces, as well as transforming the dates in these spaces for several weeks every year. They belong to specific families or tribal groups, and there are documents relating to these in the 19th century. And there are different installations in different places in the oasis. And I've tried to find other examples. I've talked to people of these, but it seems to be something that survives anyway in the archaeological record, very specifically in the Harad Khaybar. So here we can suppose that we know the market existed, the physical market, because it actually survives in the town of Bishr. This is a second village called Makida on the bottom left. And here we have, we know that the townspeople, the inhabitants of the oasis, sold their dates unprocessed, fresh, or dried perhaps, but not pressed. And we know also in Khaybar, from, again, local sources and historical accounts from the 19th century, that the date harvest was shared 50% between these two different populations. So very equitable arrangement, which to the profit of everybody. So this is a specific relation to the local market, if you want. I don't know how far afield the people traveled with the dried dates, presumably very far indeed. So.
Okay. Well, again, as for the caravans, we could say, I argue that until the 1930s, the caravans might be the main pillar of the regional integration for economic exchange and trade. And before, of course, the advent of motor vehicles, the lorries, and the new boundaries between the states of the region, which of course made it more difficult to move overland from a country like Saudi Arabia to Jordan and Lebanon or Iraq. Also, we might go back to this issue because actually the caravan traders play a huge role in the boundaries and the process is how to go through the boundaries with no difficulties. But again, until the 30s, this caravan went the main pillar, not only for integrating and connecting urban markets, but again, to connect the rural and the urban economies through the camel husbandry, of course, but also through the connection among the trader of guilds or corporation like Orgeila Zargil from Al-Qasim. And that's why I would like to show you this beautiful document from the Ottoman records when in 1892, 36 Argil traders, so from the Qasim, on Breda and Orneza, because their names are on the document, filed a complaint to the Ottoman Grand Vizier in Istanbul. At that time, they had a wakil, which is mentioned in the petition, in this complaint, representing them in Istanbul, and they were complaining about first the Bedouins and the nomads, as usual, because they were attacking the caravans and robbing some stuff from the caravan while the caravan were walking overland to Syria. And they were also complaining about the political authorities. So we are in 1892, just after the Mulaida battle between the Saudi Emirates and Al-Rashid forces. And this petition is very important because they are not only arguing about their bankruptcy and the risk of not settling their issue with the Bedouins and the political authorities, they're also reminding the Grand Vizier that they are, in a part, subject of the Ottoman Empire when it comes to their trade in Syria, the Bilad al-Sham, Egypt, of course, and Iraq. So part of their trade, they are saying to the Grand Vizier, is under the responsibility of the Ottoman government. So the government has to care about their caravans. And that's one of the documents that we could use to show the extent of this regional market when during the late 19th century, we might argue that the caravan trade reached its climax. I mean, the best organization that it could before declining during the 20th century. But again, the caravan traders were also playing a huge role during the 30s, even after the new boundaries and these new agreements between the new states of the Middle East. I'm sure that you know that the first consul or representative of the Saudi kingdom in Syria were basically Akil traders, Al-Mushajjah, Al-Rawaf, until the 40s. And in Egypt, of course, Fawzan al-Sabiq, and after him, Ibrahim al-Fadl. So even after that, until the 40s, of the 20th century, caravans and caravan traders were still playing a very important role in the organization of this regional market. So I think we could definitely answer yes to the second question.
Thank you. Thank you all. Actually, we will shed light on the last point of our discussion today to know how far do these markets extend? Do they have global connections? We may start with you, Philip, or with Jeremy.
I can resume the discussion on that point about how far these markets are. It's very rapidly globalized. I mean, globalized. If you look in the second millennium, Dilmun is Bahrain, the eastern part of Saudi Arabia, Magan in Oman and Emirates. There were central places for a maritime trade extending to the Indus Valley in modern Pakistan, to Mesopotamia in modern Iraq. There were also connections with Central Asia, Baluchistan, which is a remote area. So there were already artifacts imported from all these distant regions showing that there were central places in this trade. And interestingly, a recent discovery, Qaryat al-Faw again. I'm sorry, I'm really focused, but we are talking about Central Arabia after all. In Qaryat al-Faw, there are graves, Bronze Age tombs, 2000 BC, and some excavations realized by my colleague, Dr. Al-Utaybi. He discovered on the site that some of these burials contained material which are typical from graves in Dilmun, the Dilmun graves. It's the typical package of a Dilmun burial with specific potteries, seals, spearheads, set in the masonry, etc. So this is something that we only knew from Bahrain, and suddenly we can see that it's also present in Qaryat al-Faw, meaning that at the time, even in 2000 BC, there were connections between the Arabian Gulf and this distant Central Arabia. And then if we look at a later period, I mean, connections was much more wider. If you look at the periplus of the Erythraean Sea, it's a Greek description of the seaports for the trade between the Mediterranean and India, describing the roads that boats were following, the seaports, the goods which were exchanged. And you could see that the kingdoms of Arabia, for example, Himyar, had connections with Eastern Africa, modern Tanzania. They had connections with India. They had connections with Persia, with the Arabian Gulf, etc. So it's a widely connected trade. And I would like to mention also another recent case, the Somalian case. So what Somalia is, why I'm bringing that in when we speak about Central Arabia. Well, 5 years ago, Sabaic inscriptions written by people coming from the kingdom of Saba, central Yemen, were discovered on the seashore of Somalia in a small temple, a small Sabaean temple. So people from the kingdom of Saba in Yemen went to Somalia, built a small temple, wrote inscriptions explaining that they organized several maritime expeditions. What's the point? I mean, we are in 700 BC. At that time, they were just looking for increasing the supply in frankincense. And the reason for that is that at that very moment, Assyrians in northern Mesopotamia conquered the Near East. It opened the road, the trading road, to Assyria in northern Mesopotamia. So the kingdom of Saba, who was trading frankincense to the peninsula, to the Near East, suddenly had a new market, which was Assyria in northern Mesopotamia, and they wanted to increase the supply. So they settled colonies in Ethiopia, in Tigray, and also they sent expeditions, maritime expeditions in Somalia, just to increase this supply. So you can see that even in the 8th century BC, it was almost at least a wide regional trade. I would even say globalized trade at the time.
Just to bring it back to my oasis again, where we've been working, I'd follow up from Jeremy by saying, obviously, what I've already talked a little bit about, the pottery, showing us these connections over quite wide areas. I should also say that never really stopped. So at least from the 8th century through to the modern period, we see importations from very far away. Sometimes some Chinese material, potentially for 11th, 12th century, but then a lot in things going on in the late 19th century when we really can have better preservation. And the town you can see on the bottom left, we've excavated and settled between about the 1870s to the 1950s. We have people describe, Doughty, for example, describes Khaybar as being very poor in the late 19th century, but if we look at the material culture, it's not actually very poor. There are lots of remains, lots of imported ceramics, tobacco pipes. He talks about the soldiers in the Ottoman garrison smoking their pipes, and we've found some of their pipes here, for example. But we also have other elements in the material culture which show the extent, I wouldn't say global, but we're a long way from the coast in Khaybar. We have quite a lot of marine mollusks, so seashells, throughout Islamic periods. But also I have colleagues working on the archaeobotanical remains, and we see through the Islamic periods an increase in diversity in different plants being imported perhaps, but also grown here, including tobacco in the 17th, 18th century, which is quite nice to see that in conjunction with the pipes. Some of the pipes may even be locally produced, others are clearly coming from as far away as Istanbul or other parts of the Ottoman Empire. I think the main thing I want to say, I should point out perhaps a global element to this from the 8th century here, where we see imported material culture. We also have the foundation of a new city, a new town in Khaybar, which we found in the project, which may in fact be similar to some of the caravanserai sites on the Dabr Zubaydah, but caravanserai or fortified settlement, perhaps more about controlling resources and connecting to the Hajj and other political reasons, but primarily perhaps because of the importance of the markets and the routes going through. So not a very long response. Thank you.
Now for the modern period, there was no question of it. Of course, the market was globalized, and we had on this floor many colleagues in the other room, many colleagues who gave many examples of this globalized market. I would say that the real question was, what role do the traders from Central Arabia in this globalization? And in the early 70s, in 1974, I think, one Danish scholar, which was very famous at that time, Niels Stensgaard, argued in a famous book, which was entitled The Asian Trade Revolution of the 17th Century, the East India Company, and the Decline of Caravan Trade, how he was arguing that after the establishment and the founding of the first European trading companies, the East India companies in the 17th century, the early 17th century, the caravan trade basically lost its role as connecting the different parts of the world. And this role was transmitted to the European companies, and that's why Europe played the main role in globalization since the early modern period. The thing is that Stensgaard actually worked on the mainly European-based documentation, and he focused more on a transcontinental trade, basically the trade importing Asian luxury products from Asia to Europe. That part of the trade, we could not argue against that, was shipped directly from Asia to Europe through on European ships. Now, when it comes to the intermediary trade, and this intermediary is a very long trade between Asia and Europe, and more specifically in the Middle East, we could say that the caravan kept their role, and as I said previously, until in the 19th century, late 19th century, they played a bigger role than ever before. And I think the best example of that is the trade of horses, where, again, going back to Fawzan al-Sabiq and the other Central Arabian traders settled in Cairo, with their stables and their trade in horses in Al-Mutayriya, Kfar al-Gamus, and Cairo, generally speaking, we could see that the Argyle traders and Central Arabian traders were actually monopolizing this market, importing horses from the Bedouins and the nomad, like the Anaza, the Shammar, and the most famous tribes when it comes to husbandry of the horses, and exporting it again to the harbors of Iraq or to Egypt and even to Damascus, first of all for the British Army in India, and secondly, more specifically, exporting it from Cairo for the races in Europe, in Cairo, as it was usual at that time. And again, with that trade of the horses, we could see that there was a globalized market, and in some sectors of this globalizing market, the Central Arabia kept its role as not only being globalized, but as globalizing again the economy and having a share in it. So I think it's important to move between these two questions. I mean, how far does it extend, and what is the role, or what role do these Arabian traders kept at that time in globalization?
Great. Thank you. Thank you. And actually, we can add that the pilgrimage routes, the Hajj caravans, that played essential role in connecting the Central Arabia markets to the Islamic world, especially, and other commodities and the stuff that comes from around the world. For example, we have an account of Ibn Bishr, who was an eyewitness during the first Saudi state here in Diriyah. He stood once at the market, the seasonal market, and said that he watched many currencies in the market, different languages even, different races, who are all traders from around the world coming to this place, who was flourishing, who was very improved at that time. So the Hajj route are very significant for globalizing Central Arabia's markets. Is there any questions? Go ahead, Dr. Abdullah. Is there a mic or something for Dr. Abdullah for questions and comments? Dr. Abdullah Abdel Jabbar.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
سعد الله مساكم جميعا. I would like to thank you, the panel, for their, very interesting subject and their discussion of that. I would like to add one point which is very important for the let's say the trade of the Arabian Peninsula until the 20th century, and that is the camel trade. If we looked at the number, it is very huge, and it's continue. If the sea route has become also global, until the 20th century, I think that camel trade was very important for the Arabian Peninsula. We are talking at a number. If you look at the traveler accounts, how much the number they are, or if you look at the Ottoman record or the British record, you will see great number of trade in the camel. That's not only going to Syria, to Egypt, and to most of the other part of the Near East, because they are the main, commodity or the main for transportation, and this should be taken into the account. This is just an added point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Any other comments or questions? Here, please.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
الأستاذ في تجارة عمان
جيرمي.
نعم، تطرق إلى بعض النقاط، أحب أن أقارب لكم منها بعض النقاط، وهي الأول أن عمان بينه صلة ووادي الدواسر التي فيها الفاو التي تطرق لها، فإن سوق وادي الدواسر القديم يسمى ماجان كما يسمى سوق عمان ماجان، وهذا الكلام أنا موثقه عليه شواهد وأوضح من أن يوضح. النقطة الثانية، إن الفاو وتسمى قرية، فهي ليس محطة تجارة فقط لا غير، هي محطة مدينة صناعية
industrial
بتروكيماوية
city in the ancient meaning. This should be researched and documented. This work should be looked into. Yes, it is a stop for trade, but the other point, there is a train coming into FAO from different roads outside Najran. This is what I would like to contribute with. Peace be with you. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. إدارة الجلسة. I have a question for Dr. Jeremy because I met you in Al-Kharj digging in 2015 and today we met in Diriyah. So my question for you, what is the link between Diriyah and Al-Kharj excavations? What is the link between Yamama and Diriyah if you have a chance to see what is archaeological team in Diriyah finding there? Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for your question. Indeed, I remember you visit on the site of El Yamama in Al Kharj area where we excavated some years ago with Professor Al Ghazi. And this site is really a significant city in the 17th, 18th century. So it's a site which was contemporary with Diriyah. It was an important site, and I say important, it's mainly based first on its extension, because we can see on the surface of the site that it was more than 50 hectares wide, and also due to the size of the Great Mosque. This is one of the buildings we excavated. And the Great Mosque, the Congregational Mosque of El Yamama, was one of the largest one for that period known so far, meaning that at least the city was really significant. I'm not speaking of previous periods. We could also elaborate on the early Islamic or the pre-Islamic period because we also identified different occupations. At least for the late Islamic period, it was a white city with an oasis irrigated with these kharaz, kind of canats, bringing water to the palm groves. There were long-distance connections. There is porcelain coming from China, Siladen coming from China, important, pottery coming from Iraq. So we can also identify these connections, also these Ottoman pipes as well, these earthen pipes for smoking tobacco. So yes, it was inserted in long-distance trade. I cannot tell you what was the personal connection between people from that city and Diriyah. I don't dig into this historical part, but they were clearly close to one another, closely connected, at coeval at the same period, occupied at the same period. So there were obviously intricate connections between these two areas, definitely, yes.
Because we are out of time, last question here, please.
Good afternoon. I am Pietro Laureano, UNESCO expert for water and oasis. I thank you for this important study and research on this extraordinary region of Khaybar. My question is, I think that the topography of the Oasian settlement, the water is a crucial element. And also, for example, for the question of market, where were the market? In other situations, I remarked that the water is important to feed the caravan that arrived, to give drink water to the caravan is crucial immediately. And also it's important because sometimes they chose the place of the market where it's not possible to settle because there are flood sometimes. And the people don't settle in the area, then sometimes can arrive flat. And this area become the place of the market because there are nothing to do. Perhaps also in Khaybar, there is a situation where flood arrive and is empty now, until now, from archaeological remains. I don't know if is this, but anyway, I ask you if this can be an hypothesis, also to study the possible location of ancient market. Thank you.
Thank you all for attending this session. Thank you for the speakers, and have a nice time. Thank you. الله يطول عمرك.
مرة أخرى مستمرين في هذه الجلسات، وأهلا وسهلا بكم. أجدد الترحيب. الجلسة القادمة هي الجلسة الأخيرة ولا تقل التي سبقتها. تمثل العمارة الطينية جزءا مهما من الهوية التاريخية والثقافة، وهي انعكاس لتفاعل الإنسان مع بيئته. هذه الجلسة بعنوان نحو ميثاق دولي للحفاظ على التراث المعماري الطيني، وبمشاركة ورعاية متميزة من مؤسسة التراث. يدير هذه الجلسة الدكتور وليد بن محمد الحميدي، خبير التراث العمراني بالمؤسسة، فليتفضل مشكورا لإدارة هذه الجلسة الختامية.
السلام عليكم. عادي احنا في آخر الجلسة لآخر الجلسات اليوم، فأكيد النشاط أكثر والتركيز أكثر، وإن شاء الله يا رب يضيف لها حوارنا يعني فليفر وشيء يخلينا نطلع من هذا اللقاء بأشياء للتفكير وأشياء للتحليل أكثر، ثم نعرف أين سنتجه. طبعا جلستنا اليوم فيها جزئين. الجزء الأول حوار وخلفيات عن التراث العمراني وأهمية العمارة بالبناء بالطين.
The earth rain architecture, which is a very interesting topic. and it is a matter of human settlement, and also to introduce this earthen architecture, which is in which the kingdom is very rich in it, whether in palaces or fortresses, and it is high time to rebuild this civilization and culture, and also which include mosques built in earth, and there are some creativity in building these mosques, which is Alhamdulillah, thanks, praise be to Allah. It is existed in Hail and in Qasim and Jof. The earth itself is a local material. It has a very significant impact for architecture, and also the continuity of trade, which is developed over time and took different features put forward by these architecture designs. Also, the material, the raw material, is there. The earth or earthen is a sustainable material. Now I leave Dr. Mashari Naim to give us the main significant aspects. Dr. Mashari is a colleague and a friend. We were together in different areas and regions of the kingdom. Professor Mashari is one of the significant professors in Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal. He has a vast experience in architecture. He headed many areas and established a center for national architecture for the development and renovation of historical and heritage sites, and he contributed a lot in the standards put forward for the preservation of what is left in historical sites. Thank you very much. Of course, I worked with Dr. Walid Abu Muhammad in the exploration of heritage sites, and what the kingdom enjoys of these vast historical earthen architecture, which included minute details. First of all, good evening to you all. I'm very delighted to be with you tonight or this evening. Of course, building using earthen or earth material, and this is one of the most significant aspect to highlight the building using earth. It is one of the most significant elements, 1997. This is one of the most significant element which drew attention, and there is some orientation or direction or culture to look into this earth rain. This requires a lot of attention. Let me speak about earth rain architecture. In Saudi Arabia, it is built upon need and the technical knowledge. The know-how differs from one region to another. The material itself, earth, differs from one region to another. There are thus different patterns. I remember 3 to 4 patterns or types in different regions of the kingdom. In Najran, differs from Hail, differs from the material in Tabuk, differs from the material in Ihsa. So, building these frames, earth rain frames, is very important. And the methods also differ. The frames themselves, the wooden frames used, differ from one region to another. Some architects were famous and they were renowned in a certain region. However, with gravel, earth or earth rain material is mixed with gravel, and there are some black spots in order for concrete to use as a concrete or to make it stronger. In fact, any work depends on making this material stronger. And there are other charters which govern this direction. Last charter was in 2014. If we notice, the main idea is the originality. What is intended in this charter regarding the originality, regarding the original material used. We cannot, or earth or earth rain material cannot survive forever. It will wear away and be eroded in the long run of time. Also the change over time. So the origin of the material, whether it is from wood or earth or whatever, the main thing is the maintenance. If it is maintained properly, it can last for hundreds of years. So the originality in earth rain architecture is is one of the problems. in recording the sites of the Eritrean architectural for instance the Teref district in Diriyah. One of these the originality, as I said, is represents one of the problems. We in Saudi Arabia we have to adopt an international charter to preserve the Eritrean architecture, to preserve the desert architecture. It is an Eritrean architecture. This will bring us close to the idea of the, in which or the charter developed by Australia, which is close or has some similarities to what is going on in Saudi Arabia. And in Australia, these buildings were built by the Aborigines. Most of international charters were developed. The Europeans have these strengths, and they put the charters according to their architecture. Then the Heritage Foundation said, why didn't we have our own charter? Since the Europeans have put forward this charter, why don't we have our own charter which is relevant to our heritage? Of course, applications were developed for different charters. However, it is like a manual for their own charter is taught from the elementary and upwards. I just confine myself to this point. Making a charter for the Eritrean architecture requires years to construct and to build, and then it will in need of building and development until we have this charter up and running. At the beginning of our talk with you, there are some ramifications regarding the Eritrean and regarding, as you said, Australia have got their own charter, and why building with Eritrean and why use this wood. This continued for hundreds of years. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Sami Hassan. Dr. Sami Hassan is a professor in renovation of heritage sites from Cairo University. He contributed in renovation of different architectural sites. In fact, Dr. Sameh will make a shift from what Dr. From Diriyah architecture to the surrounding areas. Regarding the central region, how can we move from the local Diriyah to an international charter? The Diriyah Foundation, the Diriyah Gate Foundation, it is a dialogue session. Dr. Sameh, we would like to have different opinions put forward from all the attendees. Of course, there are conferences and symposia from different speakers around the world. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. And we thank Diriyah Gate for adopting this idea. I will try to touch on different topics. After 3 years of work, we will have different topics. The charter, international charters, different. There are general charters and regarding the stone architecture or internal. Then there are public architecture, which they have their own legislations. Then some definitions of some heritage sites. Also, there are some people who are specialized in renovation of these sites. Some wooden elements. This is what we call specialized architecture. As we see, these are the different charters. 1931 they started. The Venice Charter, can you give me the pointer? So there are or there is a huge number of charters and definitions regarding the sites registered internationally. See how many of these charters which were issued regarding the wooden architecture since 2017. After that, we will come to the earth-rain architecture. Why do we focus on this? Dr. Walid has already talked about one aspect of this. It is earth or the earthen material is susceptible or can be or adaptable to what we call recycling. We also look into the building methods. If we look at the methods, there are 8 methods. The kingdom has 7 of these 8 methods. If we add the building with the compressed. Then we can have the eight methods included in the kingdom. The first is type, and then the second type is the hydraulics and the wooden frame, and the compressed bricks. Some of them are built in. Then there is a wooden structure is in wood, and the support is by compressed bricks. Then there is another method without using these wooden frames for bricks. There are four also the first one is the wooden frame. The other is the mixture of stones, or which is called the mixed types, and these are have got their own way of doing. Then if we go to Asir region, Ersirin, one row of Ersirin, and the other row is Ragaf, which is stone. It is called as cementing or used as a concrete, the Ragaf. It makes the structure or the building stronger. There is some aspect regarding the rain when it falls. It acts as a reinforcement for the building. This is very important. It has some haphazard or different use of after we ferment the building the earth, then we reinforce it. Then there are different wooden frame for bricks. You use that are done manually, and this is what we can find in central Riyadh. We found that there are more than one type or pattern for building. If we go to Marrakesh in Morocco, we find that it is built in earth, then scalded or calded and reinforced by stone. If we look at these pictures, we have more than one pattern regarding building with Ragaf, and different types, and building with compressed bricks, as we see in reinforced concrete, and also using wood. Then we have different types or different patterns. The problem is not in the earth-rain material itself, but if we look into details of these, there are different layers, as you can see. This will require some legislation in itself. One of the hazards or risks, there are some pyramids which were built from earth-rain material. Of course, there are risks involved regarding the earth-rain material. It is a sensitive material as per se, also affected by physiochemical aspects and erosion, and also these are natural disasters such as floods and torrential rains. Also, Dr. Mashari highlighted the originality aspect. Let me speed. Also, the definition, the definitions, and also highlighting the risks involved. The last point I would like to highlight, we have to pay attention to the virtual restoration. Then we will move forward from the natural or the classical renovation to virtual renovation. Regarding the AI technology, that means the simulation. Sometimes we might just restrict ourselves to involve artificial intelligence technology, which will be the future technology regarding the renovated sites, architectural sites, and this will be dominant during the coming years. And thank you. Dr. Mashari, why do we need a charter for earth-rain architecture? I remember and I remember the Quranic verse in which Pharaoh said to his people, or to his people he ruled, that I know no God other than me for you. And this led to the building of pyramids using stones and earth-rain materials. However, it is clear that the earth-rain material, it is the man was made of this clay. It comes from nature itself. So the civilization which depended on earth-rain material also included different civilizations which used stones alongside earth-rain material. Of course, the earth-rain material was not given the due attention. Architectural designs and architecture do exist in urban and desert regions. Some Asian and wooden aspects. Therefore, who is going to defend this earth-rain designs, architecture, as part of our identity? Who is going to support and defend this? In Saudi Arabia and many Arab countries can contribute to this and adopt this charter to highlight originality and technicality. As you have said, there are 8 patterns. Also, this should involve the know-how, how to build, how to use, how to build architectural earth-rain sites or buildings using these 8 patterns you have just mentioned, using the alongside earth-rain wooden material and stone material. It reflects the human being and his way of life, and also his technical and aesthetic view. So the earth-rain material is very important and highly significant. It's not just restricted to the technicalities. We have to look at it whether it is original or not. Now, the Romans also reached a certain type of durability for these buildings, and which endure high pressure. Therefore, it is very important to have this charter. There are many who highlighted the architectural identity and the importance of having this charter. The main objective of this charter is to preserve the origins and maintain them, because for each type of manufacturing has its own principles and foundations. Then we have to preserve these principles and foundations, which in turn preserve identity in itself. The stone from the sea, from limestone, different types of stones, not just one type, which represent the dominant identity. So this charter is very significant and very important, which preserve the origins, entailing an institutional work. It's not just a haphazard work. It's highly organized and highly institutionalized. And this will entail cooperation between different entities involved. There should be a center and a lab for building using air-strain material. There is one center in Grenoble University. We have to have this center for air-strain architecture. The main objective is to adopt this. Unfortunately, from that time until now, there is no headway progress in this regard. Then the Heritage Foundation should take care of this. We talk about the importance of the charter and the Diriyah respect. Why? Why this charter could be significant worldwide? Of course, why do we need this charter? We have to have a frame of reference. For every work, you have to have a reference. If we go to any architectural building and you found some flaws or some defects, of course, we have to have this reference as a legislation which make some people who visit these sites aware of what is going on. Of course, there is a link, or to highlight the link with the stone building. Also, the general appearance or shape, general shape of these architectural buildings. Also, the location itself is very important. Maghreb, Morocco, Mali. They should be a reference for intervention or renovation for any project. This should be there, should exist. So if you want to renovate or to develop, then you would have this legal frame of reference. Also, it depends on the region or the locality where this charter originates. This, unfortunately, the problem arises when it comes to renovation, and someone will start work straight away without any frame of reference or knowing the background of these materials used. Of course, this charter will address all these problems and defects. Also, it will improve the features of the air-strain material with which we work or build. Also, the periodic maintenance is a very important aspect. Then we will make the people who are working, will give them a capacity to be more important or to be more crucial in their work. It is an institutionalized work or well organized and institutionalized work. To what extent you are allowed to intervene? The charter is supposed to give you a very the the intervention which makes you which will enable you to address the problems. The buildings are more durable in Diriyah and more resistant. Prince Sultan bin His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Salman has worked on this. Now it is time to introduce the public or the audience. Peace be with you. We enjoyed your contributions, Ahmed Yusuf, Cairo University. Regarding the charter, we have the Islamic architecture. And this one of aspects is the earth ring. Of course, Islamic architecture should be the guiding line upon which this charter is based. And also the patterns differ from one region to another, the earth-rain material itself. Maybe the earth-rain buildings in Jazan, that means we have to have two charters, depending on the differences between one region. Maybe the buildings in Jazan are different from the buildings in the north, for instance. In Saudi Arabia,
أقدم نموذج للبناء الطيني في العصر الإسلامي وهو مسجد سيدنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم.
The Prophet's mosque is the main symbol of for earth-rain architecture before Islam. Then the continuity of the earth-rain pattern continued after Islam, and as thank you.
تفضل أستاذي في المقدمة هنا ناخذ واحد من اليمين وواحد من اليسار.
عشان نقدر نتكلم.
ميكروفون هنا.
طب أنا آخذ لما يخلص.
نبغى ميكروفون هنا. عند الأستاذ هنا.
Can you give him the mic? Peace be with you. Turki bin Shuja, heritage researcher. I know Dr. Mushari, one of the people, one of the distinguished writers. 30 years ago, I know him very well. Outside this context, I have some points. First of all, before it is too late, we have to pay attention to pay the attention to this profession and to localize it. The second thing is there are 4 types, one from the earth and then from between white and black, earth. التخنيس, that means adding ash to it. And then also building with earth itself and wooden bricks, and then using trunks as rows. And also the originality is very important. And then we know the procedure. The professionality is very important to highlight. Some of these buildings, the ceiling, in some of these buildings, the ceiling itself falls down. Last point, these are 4 points. The foundation should include the stone in order to avert the effect of rain. The second, the duration. If it is the ceiling or in wood, using certain gravel to be put on the ceiling, on the roof, and also the materials that preserve the building from inside. And peace be with you all. Paying attention to the craftsmen and the professions and the architects is very important. Dr. Mushari. The issue of building with earth is a diversified topics. It has so many aspects. The main idea is the final product. There are different variations and different ramifications in these buildings. This is true. Maybe this is depends on the soil itself. Variations regarding the colors. The red is different from the black, from the white. There are some different. Al-Kandari highlighted this. Al-Kandar is the last layer of the roof. This other material is used as a decoration, and some material else work as a barrier from the palm leaves. Then after that, different or a layer of mud or clay is put forward. And maybe in Qasim is different from Al-Ahsa, different from Al-Hail, different from Riyadh. Then we shouldn't look at the airstream material as a uniform design. It is diversified and it has many verified or variated aspects. As Then if we go about 100 kilometers, we find that the roofing or the roofs are quite different from the place where we started, 100 kilometers away. The main point is here, the trees used as roofs. What's the problem? It was not cut in the right season. Therefore, a lot of problems will be involved. Maybe some cracks, some twisting, if it is not cut in the right season. The Marba'aniya, which is called the right season for, and there is also a specific way, a specific method for cutting, and may be affected by white ant and so on and so forth. Even a valley, when we come to analyze it with our friends in Diriyah, we have to have this in mind when we take the materials for the labs, and then we have to put all these things in the charter. I'm sorry for talking at length. All these details in wood and earth and soil will highlight our need for this charter. And
اسمحوا لنا ناخذ 3 أسئلة دفعة واحدة كسبا
can you
السلام عليكم.
Peace be with you. جمال عليان, دكتور جمال عليان, College of Architecture, King Saud University. The international charters are put forward by specialists and not by foundations, and this is the other point regarding the originality. Is not just for the material itself, the manufacturing, the environment, all these aspects are involved in originality. Regarding the technicalities or the technical aspects, research centers, all these should be involved in the charter and the general indications. Thank you. It seems that we are running short of time, or running out of time. 2 points, please.
نعم. سامي البياضي.
سامي البياضي. Islamic architecture.
جزئية إنه نظرة الناس كلها دائما للتراث، الطين هو تراث.
Most people look at the earthen material as heritage only. What is the charter in making the history or historical records for this material? We made headway and leaps in Saudi Arabia. We should look into the investment aspects. If we preserve and develop without investment, I think this is not sufficient. We have to include the investment side. The front, peace be with you all. Good evening.
أخوكم عبد اللطيف الحميد
عبد اللطيف الحميد
تاريخ جامعة الإمام
from the History Department, Imam University, and official at the Washim Historical Heritage Site Center.
بمحكم التنزيل ولقد خلقنا الإنسان
We created man from clay. This is a Quranic verse which indicates that man himself is made of clay. Or Allah created man of clay.
لا تجد هناك يعني نوع من المشاعر إذا صح.
Also highlight the point of reinforcement, and also it is very important to pay attention to this aspect. And I met with the speaker for in 6 symposia conferences in the type of originality and attention that we have to pay to the earth-ring material. And I also support and agree with you on the importance of this charter governing the earth-ring material. And we shouldn't be hasty in this. And thank you. Thank you very much for this point, which highlight and stress the importance of the charter. Peace be with you all. Saeed Al-Itabi, specialist in Islamic architecture. I would like to highlight or look into the previous efforts from the Public Foundation for Architectural and Dr. Mushari and Walid have this charter, and it was approved, that charter was approved by the Arab League, and it became a reference for architecture, and also the charter for the GCC. We have to benefit from, and also there is King Salman heritage architecture. Thank you very much. 2 minutes for each speaker. My point, we shouldn't wait for the ECOMOS to create this charter for us. It is a matter of instructions and definitions and so on and so forth. We are not in need to wait for international or global institutions. What they have entails their own identity, and then we have, as I said previously, we have to have our own charter. Also, the symposia and the meetings and the conferences are very important. Also in Shagra, there is one of these efforts. Also in the Arab world, There is the Architectural Heritage Center in Tunisia. And we held different meetings there. However, this charter has nothing to do with the Eritrean architecture. It is a charter, a general charter, and there are some common aspects, historical aspects. Of course, investment cannot be part of this. However, it can come under tourism. So this can be combined, tourism and investment. الإيكوموس is a national committee, and there are different complications in charters. However, it is an entity that Dr. Sami, which is important. We have to make this charter and improve the materials used. Also, the fermenting is very important. Thank you very much and for this diffuse knowledge. However, the time is very important. We have already exceeded time. Thank you very much. At the end of this day, this marvelous day, and this and we also the huge amount of information we receive from a speaker is very important and marvelous. And this started with His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, and also honored by His Royal Highness Sultan bin Salman, and also a word or a speech by Dr. Jerry, and also there are material and non-material, and also the musical heritage. Diriyah today is a time, a site for research and historical aspects from different historical. And now we will see you tomorrow, inshallah. Peace be with you. Assalamu alaikum.